That's Life Unlimited.
We said we'd never break the 3-second rule. Never do that. And never become a minivan mom.
Hey, Chris.
As parents, we say never a lot, but never happens. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Good morning, I'm Errol Lewis. It is 11 a.m. Eastern on Monday, January 20th, and you are watching Spectrum News coverage of the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Mr. Trump will be sworn in as our nation's 47th president about an hour from now. That's going to happen inside the Capitol Rotunda. All of the pomp and circumstance was moved indoors on Friday because of dangerously low temperatures in the nation's capital. It has already been a busy morning. The president-elect and vice president-elect started the day with an inaugural tradition, a prayer service at St. John's Episcopal Church. That tradition started 92 years ago. And then another tradition, something that we did not see 4 years ago. President Joe Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden welcomed President-elect Trump and incoming First Lady Melania Trump to the White House for tea. And then just about a half hour ago, all four of them left the White House and traveled to the U.S. Capitol. Now, the incoming president has a busy day ahead of him. It is filled with a lot of substance as well as ceremony. The president-elect will use 2 Bibles at his swearing in about an hour from now. One of them was given to him by his mother, as well as the Lincoln Bible. There will then be a farewell for President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, that departure ceremony taking place. And then the president's signing room ceremony, where a number of different issues will start getting dealt with the minute he becomes president. A congressional luncheon will follow, and then the president's review of the troops. The presidential parade apparently will also happen, although that too will be indoors this year. And then an Oval Office signing ceremony where more executive orders will be signed. Everything will be capped off with 3 inaugural balls this evening. Our Spectrum News political team is in place all over the nation's capital, handling this day's events. And joining me now from the Capitol, we've got Spectrum News anchor and chief national political reporter Josh Robin and political anchor Holly Gregory. So now, Josh, it has already been a busy day for the president-elect. We are learning about some of these executive actions that he plans to take. Tell us about some of that.
Well, I'll tell you about some of them, Errol, because apparently there are about 200. A list here includes a lot about energy. He'll declare, according to numerous reports, Errol, a national energy emergency to encourage domestic drilling, especially within Alaska, cutting red tape. Additionally, the new incoming president plans to have the United States leave the Paris Climate Accords and to end the electric vehicle mandate. Now, when it comes to the border, we anticipate that there'll be numerous border-related executive orders as well, something that he campaigned on for many years. He'll declare a national border emergency, ending the catch and release policy, reinstate a remain in Mexico policy for those seeking to cross the border, and to end asylum and birthright citizenship. On social issues, Errol, as well, we expect a number of executive orders. The term gender will not be used anymore in federal forms and in federal regulation. Instead, it will be sex, and there will be only 2 sexes that are allowed, male and female. More to come, Errol. We'll send it back to you.
Okay. Now, Holly, we've got what happens today, and then there's what happens for the history books, and that's the inaugural address. What do you expect to hear from the president-elect when he delivers his speech in the next hour?
Errol, I think it's going to be a very different speech than what we heard from him first time around. You may remember in 2017, it had a very dark theme, the American Carnage speech. He talked about, forgotten people and the forgotten worker. From what we're hearing, it's going to be very different. It's going to be a very specific roadmap to what he sees as the coming new golden age of America. And if you look at what has happened in the time between that last speech and the one we're about to hear today, I mean, just think about the comeback that we are about to witness. It is the most dramatic political comeback, certainly of my lifetime and maybe in presidential history. If you look back to 2017, you started off with Russia collusion, the Mueller investigation. We had 2 impeachments. Then came 2020. He lost the election. Then came the raid of Mar-a-Lago, followed by all of the court cases, 90-plus felony charges, the mugshots. Then he becomes the first former president in history to ever be convicted in New York, plus the civil cases, some $450 million judgment against his company. Any one of those things could have been politically fatal, but he came through them all, not to mention 2 assassination attempts. And now here we are today, so regardless how you feel about Donald Trump, this is a political comeback for the history books, Errol.
Indeed. Let me bring in national political reporter Taylor Popolars. And Taylor, January 6th was 4 years ago. You and a lot of other people were inside that complex. It still looms large in the Capitol with preemptive pardons and some expected pardons. A lot of that activity taking place today, we believe, right?
That's right, Errol. President Biden made some news early this morning by announcing during his final day in office, final hours in office, that he was issuing a list of preemptive pardons. Among them were members of the January 6th committee that investigated the attack on the Capitol for just about 2 years, and some other folks, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, who, of course, was the face of the coronavirus pandemic response, among others. And this was Biden's indication. He made clear in his statement that while he doesn't accuse any of these people of having committed crimes, he listened to the words that President-elect Trump said on the campaign trail throughout the last 2 years repeatedly, as he campaigned on trying to get political retribution for those who crossed him, those who criticized him, and he listed a lot of those people and said, if I were to be reelected, I'm going to go after them. So Biden was trying to get ahead in that case. Another example is General Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He got a preemptive pardon this morning. And as you alluded to, it was just 4 years ago that the Capitol building was attacked by Donald Trump's supporters. And I actually pulled up on X a video that I had tweeted 4 years ago today. I was outside the Capitol building for Joe Biden's inauguration, and at 8:30 in the morning, Marine One flew over the Capitol carrying President Trump because he declined to not only welcome Biden to the White House, as Biden did today, but to attend Biden's inauguration. So it's just a stunning contrast. There's also the fact that this inauguration is happening inside this year in the Capitol Rotunda, a very small audience there. Nearby in Emancipation Hall, which is a much larger area in the Capitol Visitor Center, many other Trump supporters are gathered there today for the inauguration. But 4 years ago, that area was filled with National Guard troops that were sleeping on the floor as part of the response after the fact to January 6th. So it's just a really stunning contrast. And Biden decided to issue those preemptive pardons in his final hours in office. But then what's crazy to think about is he then welcomed Donald Trump to the White House shortly later, and they rode in the presidential motorcade here to the Capitol Hill complex together. So you have to wonder if that came up in conversation.
Okay, thank you for that, Taylor. In fact, let's go to the White House, where Reuben Jones is standing by. President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are moving out of the White House. It is their residence, and that's all happening today. Tell us about that.
Yeah, in fact, the president and first lady did a selfie outside of the White House just a little while ago, marking their last few moments in this building they have called home for the past 4 years. We saw President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump come through a motorcade to the White House just a little while ago after they were at a church service. They were greeted by President Joe Biden and the first lady. They shook hands and then they took part in a photo. The same thing played out with J.D. Vance and his wife. and Vice President Kamala Harris. They all went inside and went for tea. This is customary that we have seen in previous inaugurations, and spent about 40 minutes inside, dining, pleasantries imaginable, but two leaders who obviously have disagreed so much publicly, if only to be inside and be able to hear what they said. Then they spent some more time together and made their way by motorcade over to the Capitol, where they will soon be arriving. You know, one of the things we're going to be following, Errol, is to see the letter that President Joe Biden will be leaving for the incoming president. This has become tradition, and in fact, Donald Trump left a letter for Joe Biden when he left office. That was despite him not attending the inauguration of Biden. And the details of that letter was never revealed, but I wanted to read you real quick about what President Barack Obama left for Donald Trump. He said, "This is a unique office without a clear blueprint for success, so I don't know that any advice from me will be particularly helpful." But he still offered a few reflections from his past 8 years. So it's a moment for these two leaders to connect, not in person, but through letter. And it's always interesting when those letters do come out to reveal some of the behind the scenes of what occurs.
We've seen a number of members of the government as well as the Trump family all process in. We saw not that long ago all of the members of the U.S. Supreme Court who came into the Capitol for the ceremony, as well as the Trump family, all being seated, and the ceremony is going to start in just a couple of minutes. Our Cassie Semyon is focusing on security today. Things got a little bit easier for the Secret Service when the ceremonies got moved inside, I imagine.
Yes, there is definitely a safety concern around the president-elect, considering the two attempts on his life last year, but things wouldn't necessarily be easier, right? You still have all of these masses of supporters descending on Washington, D.C. A lot of them that I've spoken to said they arrived before the change was announced, that the ceremony would actually be moved indoors. You can see behind me there are over 30 miles of fencing throughout Washington, D.C., a lot around the Capitol area as well as the White House, to make sure that the president-elect, soon-to-be president, as well as the outgoing administration are safe. We've seen a very strong police presence over the last several hours as we have been standing here talking to people who came to witness the ceremony. One man I spoke with said, you know, it's really disappointing not to get to see this for myself, but at the same time, security and safety are paramount, and I'd rather the incoming president be safe. And so he wasn't too upset to be missing it. But a lot of people we spoke with said they didn't mind going through these security checkpoints, that they actually expected a lot of security around these events. They said the police here have been so helpful, giving them directions on where to go. 25,000 security officials from federal and state and local police, as well as military officials, 8,000 guardsmen from over 40 states, Errol. There's a lot of people here making sure that even if they're not on the Mall witnessing the inauguration, that they are safe as they are out here milling about the streets celebrating this new administration.
Okay, we see the president-elect's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, making his way into the ceremony. And I got a real interesting question for you, Kevin Fry. He's at the Cannon Rotunda. Kevin, not all lawmakers are going to be there today, and in some ways that's a good thing, right? I mean, they can only seat a few hundred people there in the rotunda, and if all of the lawmakers came, there would not be enough room. Some are staying away because of Martin Luther King Day. They have other duties there, and then others by choice, I take it.
Yeah, I mean, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi is among those who has publicly said, and perhaps the most high-profile individual who has said she is not attending today. We have seen dignitaries arriving, notably without their wives. Mike Pence coming in solo. Barack Obama coming in solo. Notably, when it comes to Mike Pence, of course, he was on Capitol Hill on January 6th. The mob was essentially chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." One can imagine Mrs. Pence still has some misgivings, and we saw some of that publicly on display during Jimmy Carter's funeral just a few weeks ago when Trump arrived while she was sitting there. And now, as you mentioned, there are several lawmakers who are not attending, some of them citing weather because of some of the storming events that we've seen across the country, not being able to get back, and others not wanting to be there for Trump's arrival as well. I believe Trump is walking into the rotunda ahead of his swearing in. Errol, I'll send it back to you.
Okay. Former Vice President Mike Pence walked in. Everyone stood up when he came in. And I want to go back to our team there in the Capitol. And Holly, we've got some things that are going to happen in the relatively solemn rotunda of the Capitol, surrounded by all of the history and all of the statues and all of the paintings and all of the tradition. And then there's going to be whatever happens at this Capital One Arena. Do you expect that to be as solemn, or is it going to have more the feel of a rally, I would think?
I think you're exactly right about that. I think we kind of got the preview last night where they were over at that arena for the rally that Trump held there last night. But it's somehow going to incorporate, the parade that would normally be going down Pennsylvania Avenue. But they move that inside as well for the cold. So that'll be interesting to see how they make all of that work. And just imagine the scramble that, that's every party planner's nightmare right there. I mean, they have been planning this event for months. And now they had to change it all up last minute. So how they're going to, get all of these people who are marching in the parade, the military, the marching bands, to be inside that arena, that's going to be something to watch. Because you think about the last time that the outdoor events got canceled because of the cold, and that was Reagan, and they just went ahead and canceled the parade entirely. So we've never seen that actually move inside.
The Honorable George W. Bush,
and we
accompanied by Mrs.
have George W. Bush walking in right now. But yeah, after the ceremony here, it goes over to what's going to be a rally.
Yes, we saw the Clintons just came in a minute ago. We had Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. We just had George and Laura Bush, another former president, coming in. I guess it looks like we should expect Mr. Obama to be walking in shortly afterwards. And Josh, just to peek back behind the curtain a little bit, we and other news organizations have got to try and figure out what's going to happen in the next few days. It's going to be a busy few days, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's going to be obviously a busy few hours, even after he puts his hand on the Bible with those executive orders. I wanted Earl to give a little bit of context to them as well. We had talked about all of these executive orders that are going to be on encouraging energy independence in the United States. The United States is already at record domestic energy production. It has been far more produced here than is consumed. Additionally, there are reports that there's going to be encouragement of coal production. Coal production, just based upon the market, has really plummeted. So I'm not sure that even the encouragement is really going to bring back coal, which is a choice of energy a long time ago within the United States. Additionally, Earl, we can imagine that there's going to be a lot talked about with border protection. Apprehensions at the southern border have already plummeted after certainly skyrocketing in the early part of the Biden administration. So I just wanted to add some context to that. And one final note, if I may, the incoming president has talked previously about ending the war in Ukraine within 24 hours. Unclear if that's going to happen within 24 hours.
And the associate
Indeed.
Of the Supreme
we have the justices of the Supreme Court now processing in. As always, the Chief Justice goes first, and then they go in strict seniority order. And so there you have it. You have the justices of the Supreme Court. We are awaiting the start of the ceremony. The remaining dignitaries, I believe, include the sitting president, Joe Biden, and then we'll be off and running. Let me go to if I can, let's see if we can sneak this in before they begin. Erin Kelly, our colleague, is at the Russell Rotunda. As of right now, we don't have any confirmed cabinet secretaries, but that's going to be an important part of what happens today as well, right?
Yeah, you would think, Errol, that with the inauguration, there's enough going on already, but the Senate has work to do, and Republicans have been pushing to get nominees confirmed by the full Senate as soon as possible. They've had a steady stream of President-elect Donald Trump's picks coming through the Capitol in the last week. They had 12 hearings so far. 6 of them were in one day, and more are expected soon. We are expected that the first to get confirmed should be Florida Senator Marco Rubio, who is the pick for Secretary of State, a former political rival of President-elect Donald Trump's. They were on the campaign trail competing against each other in 2016. But he had he was warmly received by his peers in the Senate when he testified last week, talked about how China is the biggest threat, says that the U.S. should put its own core national interests above all else, and he is expected to be confirmed, Errol.
Okay. Thank you for that, Erin. The sergeant at arms, they are standing at attention. Everyone in the rotunda is standing at attention. Here is the vice president. This is the Trump family coming in. Yes, I see Barron Trump, the tall guy. You can't miss him. The president's third son, as well as Eric Trump, the second son. So the family members coming in, getting a warm greeting. This is, in some ways, a really intimate kind of a setting, just because of the enclosed space. Ayanna Harry is with me here on set. And I wanted to bring up something. This is a little bit of a local drama out of New York. The mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, got a last-minute invite to this inauguration. And apparently, we haven't seen him yet, but he may be here in the room as well.
Errol, that's correct. Mayor Eric Adams, for weeks, had been pressed on whether or not he planned to attend Donald Trump's inauguration, and the mayor would not give a direct answer even after he flew down to Florida to visit Mar-a-Lago and meet privately with Donald Trump on Friday. But we learned from the mayor's press team that he received a phone call from Trump's inauguration team around midnight, and immediately after, Mayor Eric Adams went directly down to Washington, D.C. The mayor saying that it's important for him to advocate for policies on behalf of New York City. But this is standing out for two key reasons, Errol. One is that New York City is a sanctuary city, and the incoming president has said he really wants to crack down on border patrols. He also wants to carry out mass deportations. And while New York City is a sanctuary city, Eric Adams has said he is open to possibly revising some of those sanctuary city policies. And also keep in mind, Mayor Eric Adams currently has a federal indictment pending over him, and Donald Trump could have some influence in helping that case to go away.
And so it's worth noting it's not just New York, but also Chicago and some other cities where some of the deportation actions that were promised for today could, in fact, be jumping off in the next few hours.
That's correct, Darren. We have seen local cities prepare for this moment, and not just city officials, but also local advocates in New York City. For example, volunteers and faith leaders, they've been coming together, putting plans of action in place in case those mass deportations do begin. They've also been working to educate immigrants about their rights.
Okay. Our Kevin Fry is there on the scene, and the sorting out of who comes and who doesn't, as we just heard, there's, I guess, a lot of discretion that the incoming president has, but then a lot of other members of Congress had to make political choices, I guess, about whether or not to attend this ceremony.
Yeah, I mean, two of the folks that really didn't have much of a choice here are Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, the top Democrat in the House, and Senator Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate. They both, of course, have leadership roles and will be playing ceremonial roles as the day proceeds, including at the banquet coming up after the swearing-in ceremony. And this is this fine line that these lawmakers are having to walk here, because if you remember, of course, 4 years ago, Trump didn't even show up for this. So there is, in some ways, kind of a blanket acceptance that if a Democrat doesn't show up to this, well, look what Trump did 4 years ago. There's also this question of, do we validate what Trump stands for, what he has said, by showing him and giving him the grace of being here? One of the high-profile progressives that you hinted at earlier, who is not attending, and this is probably not much of a surprise, is Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who basically says she doesn't want to dignify Trump with her presence by being there. This is the world that Trump is walking into. Now, there are many Republicans on hand for this. And there's also an overflow room. If you've ever been to the Capitol complex, there's the rotunda, and then there's the visitor center. And we've seen plenty of people filling into the visitor center. That's the overflow space. Among those that's in there, according to what we've seen, is Mayor Eric Adams.
We just saw the First Lady and Second Gentleman making their way into the rotunda. For those who have not been there or who have not been there since you went on a trip in middle school, it's a pretty enclosed space. The room would hold maybe, in this configuration, maybe 600 people, not much more than that. And so this is the top of the government. There are a number of other dignitaries. I'm sure a few of our viewers may have recognized Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, a number of billionaires there in the room who are supporters of the president and would have been on the dais if this had been held outside as planned. This, of course, is being held inside once again because of the frigid temperatures. There was a number of times when the ceremonies have been moved inside. This is not the first time, but it's been the first time in recent memory. The last time this happened was in 1985, and that was for the second inauguration of then President Ronald Reagan. I believe we are ready for well, let's go to Taylor, and we'll talk it through, and we'll cut you off when things move forward, Taylor. But the first 100 days is normally a metric by which presidential administrations are judged. What are we expecting the second time around in the second 100 days of Donald Trump?
Well, Errol, the visuals playing out serve as a good reminder of it as President Biden, we think, is going to slowly walk into the room. You know, much of Donald Trump's first 100 days in the second term is aimed at undoing a lot of what President Biden did over the last 4 years. And the Trump team has told us, I had a conversation earlier today with Trump senior advisor Jason Miller. He told us that today alone, Trump is expected to sign between 100 and 200 executive orders and executive actions. And we've been briefed on a good deal of them. And a lot of them have to do with winding back or rolling back or reversing a lot of decisions that Biden made, having to do with the border and immigration, having to do with gender policy, having to do with energy production in the United States. And throughout these first 100 days, the Trump team is really hoping that they can hit the ground running because, as Holly was alluding to at the top of the special, there's an acknowledgement as Trump is returning for the second term that this is a much more disciplined operation and that for the next 4 years, Donald Trump does not have to run for re-election, something he's been doing for the last decade. He can strictly focus on being president and on really, finalizing his legacy, both legislatively and politically, and exerting all of the force possible to do that, especially for at least the next 2 years while he has a Republican-controlled House and Senate. So in terms of the first 100 days, we're expecting them to hit the ground running, not only with these executive orders and actions today, but multiple throughout the weeks. And then there, of course, will be the traditional, presidential travel, presidential events at the White House. Trump said at his rally that we were at last night at Capital One Arena that he's planning to travel to California later this week, I believe on Friday, to tour the wildfire damage there. So he's really going to hit the ground running. This is a unique circumstance in that he's already held this job. He's returning to a house that he lived in. He's returning to a role that he had. And his team really feels that they've been given a mandate by the fact that he won the popular vote and the Electoral College a couple of months ago, and that they want to use it to their advantage to get as much done, especially in the first 100 days.
And Taylor, when it comes to deportations and immigration issues in particular, some of this is really about optics, for lack of a better word, right? I mean, if it's a matter of making deportations happen, I've heard the administration and some members of the team talk about self-deportation, where you just kind of convince people, why don't you just leave before we come and find you?
That's right, and there's been some reporting that in the early days, potentially this week, we'll see ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement and local authorities, especially in blue-leaning cities like New York or Chicago, start to conduct immigration raids to deport people who are here illegally. And the message from the Trump team has been crystal clear, and as we covered throughout the whole campaign, Trump was saying he wanted to conduct the largest deportation operation in history, and he wanted people to know that if they were here illegally or if their family members were here illegally, they were were going to go, and if family members were here legally, they could follow their relative if they wanted to stay together. So it's a very clear message that's coming from the Trump team. To your point, though, in terms of executive orders we've been told that will be signed today having to do with the border, we're talking about declaring a national emergency at the border, trying to send military troops down there to both restart construction on various aspects of the wall, also direct more funding there, and have the military involved where it will legally be allowed. And there will, of course, be a ton of legal challenges to try to stop all of these or pause all of these. We've done a good amount of reporting on that over the last few weeks. But, you know, Trump has also said clearly he wants to end birthright citizenship, that if you are a baby born on U.S. soil, but your parents are not citizens, you should not get citizenship in his view. And a lot of voters agreed with Trump. That's part of why he was able to win re-election last fall. So it's going to be interesting to watch, but the Trump team is really zeroing in on two big issues that he campaigned on: immigration and the border, and then the economy. And the executive orders and the priorities both today and throughout this week reflect that they feel they have a mandate to act on that, whether it be kind of for optics or actual legitimate policy changes.
Okay, I want to go back to Josh Robin and Holly Gregory. And Josh, as you sit there in the frigid cold, back in 2017, the first inauguration of Donald Trump coincided with what was, up until that time, the largest one-day demonstration in American history. Lots and lots of people took to the streets to sort of protest the very fact that he was being sworn in. I gather it's all very different now. Why is that, do you think?
I think because the resistance, so to speak, has really been defeated. They got defeated at this last election, and I think people, frankly, don't know how to block or to obstruct Donald Trump at this time. I think also there was the expectation that there was a good chance that Donald Trump was going to win against Kamala Harris. I mean, the polls were pretty narrow. It wasn't the case back 8 years ago with Hillary Clinton. And as we await, Errol, I just wanted to remark on one thing. I don't know if you can see it closely, but how much of a prominent role the heads of these major corporations and the world's richest people are given at the ceremony. I mean, Elon Musk is sitting next to Baron Trump. He is ahead of we expect the incoming cabinet of the Trump administration. It's really very striking. Additionally, that goes the same thing with the heads of Amazon, Google, Meta, and as I mentioned, Elon Musk, the head of X. So incredibly wealthy people who control major businesses given a very prominent role. And one final note, if I may also, Errol, that it's such a striking arrangement that we're seeing now, and it is peaceful. It is not like it was 4 years ago. You're seeing some really diverse characters in American politics. The Clintons, both Hillary and Bill, George W. Bush, and this new Republican Party that Donald Trump has ushered in, all sitting in the same room. The election has been certified. It's really whiplash for me from 4 years ago. Not only are we not wearing face masks and worrying about COVID, but there aren't too many military trucks rolling in the street. People are civil with each other. It's just every 4 years I kind of pinch myself that we live in this kind of democratic republic. It was really challenged 4 years ago, and here we are now. The challenges, according to many people, are still ahead, but just taking a moment to take stock of the tableau ahead of us is really stunning.
Yeah, and Holly, building on Josh's point there, this could be the last few minutes of relative calm and peace before the politics begins, right? And a lot of what we see will depend on what orders get signed and the spirit in which they're enacted.
Right now we're in the pomp and the circumstance and the ceremony, but then the hard work of governing begins, and there's been a lot of promises made. He's going to get right to the border. I think he feels very comfortable in that space, and is going to issue those orders, and also, promises on the economy, bringing down inflation. He's already said, that's no easy task. And as we were speaking, we saw Melania Trump walking in as well. She is going to continue her work in her Be Best initiative. And now I want to toss it back to you, Errol. Looks like they're really getting underway here.
Okay, let's listen in.
True to thee, true to thee, I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let
Minority Leader of the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries, walking in with his trademark sneakers on, and the President and Vice President appearing together in their formal roles for the final time. The Constitution specifies that the transition of power will happen at 12 noon. That's in about 27 minutes from now. And that is final. That just happens. And so these are the closing minutes of the Biden administration. Normally this would be happening outdoors, but as we've mentioned, they're indoors. There's the incoming Vice President, J.D. Vance. In almost all of these cases, they're being accompanied by members of the Inauguration Committee and/or the members of the security staff at the Capitol. As you can imagine, with all members of the Supreme Court, as well as 3 former presidents and a sitting president and an incoming president, this might be the safest room in the whole wide world right now. Extensive security outside the Capitol, surrounding the Capitol, and only a limited number of people allowed in. There are some overflow rooms not far from here, but here in the rotunda, this is the inner sanctum of the inner sanctum. This is where Donald Trump will be sworn in 26 minutes from now. The decision in this case to have some of the artists, the current singer, as well as the members of a band that are somehow stuffed in. There you go. The U.S. Marine Band. Here's the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, as well as the House Speaker, and Senator Amy Klobuchar, who's one of the co-chairs of the inaugural committee. This is all done according to law. There's a committee that is created, and these are the members of the committee, and they have formal roles, and they work on it very, very hard. This only happens every so often, every 4 years.
House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
Okay, so let's go back to Taylor Poplar's. There are quite a few more of these dignitaries than I expected. I figured after the Vice President, oh, here's Donald Trump himself. Okay, I think we're going to see him enter, and I believe the tradition here is to play Hail to the Chief after he is sworn in, and so he will simply be making an entrance. And so, Taylor, we've got Donald Trump just feet away from making his entrance. The First Lady is there waiting for him at the entrance, with a very different look from just 4 years, from 8 years ago, when she had what was a possible homage to Jackie Kennedy in both the pillbox hat and the colors that she was wearing. A very different look this time around. The former and soon-to-be, again, First Lady with her son, Barron Trump. And Taylor, tell us what you're seeing from where you are.
Well, so Errol, what's interesting is just how small this ceremony is. I think you might have mentioned earlier, but I'm one of our crew members in the Russell Senate office building, because I think there's only about 24 members of the press allowed inside the actual rotunda for the ceremony, simply because the rotunda is too small and they couldn't fit everyone. So we're right across from the Capitol building in the Russell Senate building, watching this live feed along with everybody else. But what's really striking is you're kind of getting a glimpse inside the room, not only from from the press pool that's there, but from the members of Congress themselves who are snapping selfies and putting out tweets on X, and they're kind of, showing what they're seeing there. But you could see as the camera zooms in and as these dignitaries are starting to arrive, people are packed shoulder to shoulder. It's several hundred people inside the rotunda, but we mentioned earlier there's kind of an overflow room in Emancipation Hall. There's the House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries walking in. And so what's striking, and I think Josh pointed it out, is that you have some of these tech titans, these billionaire tech CEOs who have really buddied up with Donald Trump, like Elon Musk, like Jeff Bezos, who are in this rotunda there. I've also seen reports that in Emancipation Hall, there are a whole bunch of other conservative influencers, people like Theo Vaughn, one of the podcast hosts. Let's point out there that President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are entering. And, just the imagery, Errol, is so striking that 4 years ago, Donald Trump, as we talked about, refused to attend this ceremony, even though it was happening outdoors. And, Joe Biden was sworn in without Donald Trump there present. And obviously, Kamala Harris just ran against Donald Trump, and they had a bitter campaign against each other, but they still showed up today and kind of went through the traditions and showed the pleasantries. So it must be a really emotional moment for them. All of this happening, too, in a rotunda that 4 years ago on January 6, 2021, was broken into by supporters of Donald Trump as they were trying to overturn the 2020 election results. And there was a lot of damage done, several $1 million in that rotunda and in other parts of the Capitol building. So it's just a striking contrast today as we await for President-elect Trump to enter here. But for the people who were able to get a ticket, this is a moment in history, 40 years in the making since the last inauguration to be held inside that room, Ronald Reagan for his second term.
Joe Biden listening to the band play Hail to the Chief for the last time. That is a song reserved for the sitting president, and this will be the last time he hears it as president. And Ayanna Harry, as we watch all of this unfold,
ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States.
One of the striking things about all of this is that the symbolism of trying to show a peaceful transition of power is what today, in large part, is all about. How long do you think this will last?
We'll have to see, Errol, but we are certainly expecting, as we've been discussing and reporting throughout the morning, President Donald Trump to take some pretty sweeping action right away within the next few hours. And so we'll see the reaction to the executive orders that he signs and whether or not Republicans and Democrats can come together and try and support the president as he redefines what this country looks like in many ways, or whether or not we will see some pushback. So we're certainly seeing some unity today for the Democrats who did choose to be in the room, but it's unclear how long that unity will last. But it's also important to note, Democrats, this is an important moment for the party if they want to continue to define themselves beyond just being in opposition to Donald Trump.
And it's important, and I raise this in part because the president, Joe Biden, in his final hours, issued a wave of pardons that suggests that he felt like some protection was needed for certain people in Washington in anticipation of what might be coming after Donald Trump is sworn in.
Absolutely. We saw those pardons for members of Congress who participated into probes that looked back at January 6th. So it does appear that Joe Biden wanted to protect those lawmakers and some now former lawmakers in the event that there are attempts to go after them and to prosecute them for the roles that they played. And we're also expecting within the next few hours some pardons to come down for some of the people who participated in January 6th. So certainly a contrast there, Errol.
Okay. In fact, let's go to Reuben Jones at the White House. You've got some information for us about some of these last-minute pardons.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Yeah, just learning from the White House that they have issued 2 new pardons, the first for Gerald Lundgarden and the second for Ernest William Cromartie. The reason for Mr. Lundgarden was he's apparently 77 years old, suffering a debilitating stroke before serving his sentence. But all of this to say, this is with minutes to go until President Biden wraps up his term. These last-second pardons coming in after we saw numerous ones come in the past few weeks and of recent as well. So these still just coming in now.
Reuben, how tightly under wraps was this news kept? It was a real surprise to many of us this morning that this final wave of pardons were in fact issued. President Biden could have done it at any point up until today.
of the United States, the Honorable...
Sure, and it's not a surprise that the president sometimes will do this very last minute, and will keep it very quiet. Maybe want to listen in as the president-elect enters the Capitol here.
Okay, Donald Trump, the man of the moment, walking into the Capitol Rotunda. Let's listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here, it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, for the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
is 12:02. We have a new president of the United States. It went off as required by the Constitution at noon. The peaceful transfer of power, Donald Trump taking the oath, the ceremony performed by the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts. And we have an Army gun salute going on outside the Capitol as all of this takes place. This is history in the making. In some ways, it is and should feel somewhat familiar. There are a number of former presidents in the room, and we have a new president, just as specified by the Constitution. The oaths of office taken by J.D. Vance, the new vice president, as well as our brand new 47th president. It is 12:03 Eastern on Monday, January 20th, and this is our Spectrum News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. The ceremony again went pretty much according to plan. Let me go to Josh Robin and Holly Gregory. They are nearby, watching along with us. And Josh, what did you make of this?
Well, it's really stunning. Holly said it before. What an incredible comeback. 4 years ago, I did not think I would see Donald Trump taking the oath of office again. He went out of here as people in his name had ransacked the Capitol, and as Taylor pointed out, those rioters were right in the very place where he was taking the oath of office. Additionally, Errol, he had all of these court cases. He was a defendant in a dingy New York courtroom. It seems like only a little while ago, with a mugshot and the indignities of having to walk in every day. And now he's once again president of the United States again, the first president to have a non-consecutive term since shortly after the Civil War, when it was Grover Cleveland.
The U.S. Naval Academy Glee Club is singing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. You can hear it there. Let's listen to this for a little bit.
I can read his righteous sentences.
is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, who have been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly. but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
We're waiting for Carrie Underwood to perform a musical selection, after which we'll hear a benediction from a number of members of the clergy. A little bit of a glitch here. She was originally scheduled to sing earlier in the proceedings, but everything really revolved around the transfer of power at 12 noon sharp, and so they moved a couple of things around. We're now waiting to hear from Carrie Underwood with the Armed Forces Band, the Armed Forces Chorus, singing America the Beautiful. It may or may not happen. Let's go to Holly Gregory. Let's get some reactions to the inaugural speech that we just heard from Donald Trump. What did you think, Holly?
This was a speech that was bookend. He started. Oh, we're listening in now. She's beginning.
Amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed His grace
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. That like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to the faith, to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of the official transfer of power, the inauguration ceremony. The president and vice president leaving the room. And over to the right, you'll see a relatively rare sight of 4 ex-presidents all sitting together, including Joe Biden, as well as Barack Obama, George W. Bush, all there together. A number of the other dignitaries there shaking the hand of the president. President Trump and his wife Melania now leaving. There's more ahead. We just heard a benediction, and we now shift to a number of ceremonial but also substantive events that are going to happen this afternoon. There will be a farewell ceremony
for ex-President Joe Biden and former Vice President Kamala Harris. Their final departure from the Capitol is something that is given a bit of ceremonial attention. And there will be a luncheon. But before that happens, I believe, is when the signing room ceremony is going to happen. There's a room within the Capitol complex called the President's Room. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries leaving with some of the other dignitaries. And in that President's Room, the first of the executive orders that Donald Trump talked about will be signed. We're told that as many as 200 different orders and nominations and other executive actions will be taking place today. The first ones will happen possibly in the next few minutes. Let me go to our Holly Gregory, and you were about to tell me what you thought about the inauguration speech when we returned to our live coverage for the benedictions and some of the singing. But what did you make of the speech?
It was a speech where he bookended. He started and finished saying that the golden age of America begins right now. And then the rest of his speech, it wasn't flowery, soaring prose as we've heard from some presidents on their inauguration day, but instead it was a very detailed, almost laundry list roadmap of how he intends to make this a golden age. He talked about things we've heard before that he's, about to go and do with executive orders, declaring a national emergency at the southern border, declaring the cartels there, foreign terrorist organizations, executive orders to end government censorship. He went through a whole list of that roadmap to get to there. And he also made reference, Errol, and I think this is very important to this being Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and how he would work to honor some of the new voters that he brought in this time. He got a third of the non-white vote, and that is the most diverse coalition of voters for a Republican going back decades, since the 60s. And this is really going to be something to watch for the Republican Party going forward. Is this a Trump effect, or is this a larger Republican Party effect? There's one statistic from this election that I want to point out because I don't think it's gotten enough attention, and that is in 2020, Joe Biden won Hispanics by 33 points, plus 33 in 2020. Kamala Harris only won Hispanics by plus 5. That is a huge paradigm shift within what is effectively the largest swing vote of voters in the nation that can sway an election. And in this case, you could argue that it certainly did. You just don't see those kinds of shifts. So what happened there? This is something that Republicans are going to be really, really watching. And, he made reference to, I want to honor, these new voters that came into this coalition. So that was something that I found to be very significant. But the main theme of this is, he said, America's decline is over. He pointed to part of that decline being that we can't do the basics anymore, he said. Look at what has happened with Americans still suffering greatly in North Carolina from the hurricanes, in my home state of Florida as well. And then he made reference to the Los Angeles fires, too. All of these people who are going to be needing help. And, he's saying, let's focus on what we need to do to take care of each other first.
You can see there on the screen a number of people. I think I just saw Kash Patel. There are a number of people who are nominees of the president who are there in the room. Let me go to our Josh Robin. Josh, what did you make of the kind of the laundry list of promises? Some of this came directly off the campaign trail of what we heard from the president in his inauguration address.
Yeah, I think that there will be people who will say that this sounded like a campaign speech. There was certainly more soaring rhetoric in it, but not compared to other presidents. It's going to be music to the ears of a number of Americans, and it's going to be the opposite for others. That's just the way politics, I think, works in our diverse country. There's a few things I can note. Kind of big picture that, look, this was not a wishy-washy speech. This is a reaction to the belief among many Americans that we have engaged too much in moral relativism, that we've lost our patriotism and our ambition. And I think that his re-election is a refute of that, and his speech talks about that. This was unapologetic about the United States. It was also, I should mention, self-reverential to a number of points. He talked about his own political comeback, which was certainly a political comeback for the ages, but I didn't. Some people might think it wasn't the best time for him to talk about it. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention just a little bit of fact-checking in his address. He is, as we've talked about, Errol, going to sign executive orders now on boosting domestic oil and natural gas production. We are at record levels, or have been recently already. Additionally, border crossings, which is certainly an issue that propelled him back to the White House, and it's definitely an issue, but those numbers have plummeted since going very high during the earlier part of the Biden administration. He talked about saving money and thinning down the government. Debt under the former president in his first term was up 40%. It was up 25% during Biden's term. So just wanted to note that. And also, China does not control the Panama Canal. It certainly has very big interest in the Panama Canal, but Panama controls the Panama Canal, and the U.S. dollar is used down there. So I just wanted to add some nuance and some fact-checking to that. One note, perhaps most practically, is that for our friends who live in the Tampa Bay area, are stationed down there, and for others who are visiting, I guess when they go to the beach, they're not going to be swimming in the Gulf of Mexico anymore, but the Gulf of America, according at least to U.S. maps. And not only will we have to kind of change that, I guess, if map makers go along with that, but I think it's of the piece of what this speech and what this administration was going to be about. Unapologetic, America first. Additionally, and a little less known perhaps, is that if you go to Alaska, you're not going to be climbing Denali anymore, which is a Native American name that was traditionally used for what was formerly known and what is going to be in the future known as Mount McKinley. So really an unapologetic, ambitious, some might say old-fashioned, some might think that it's a bad thing, some might think that it's a good thing, but that's generally the way that I see this address, Errol.
Okay, let me go to our Taylor Populars, who's there. And Taylor, building on what Josh was just talking about, I divide some of what we heard from the president into a couple of different categories. Some are really quite meaningful, things like the Remain in Mexico policy. We've seen that. We've seen how it plays out. We know that he has the power to do it, and that's that. When it comes to renaming bodies of water and so forth, I imagine there are probably some laws or international treaties or something that govern some of that. And some of that is in some ways more symbolic than anything else. You know, calling for a Department of External Revenue, for example. We already have one. It was created in the 18th century, and it's called Customs. They collect the tariffs and so forth. I don't know if that's just a renaming or if that's just checking a box, but talk a little bit about the difference between what's going to be real and substantive and what's going to be, I guess, just trying to keep campaign promises or otherwise make differences in emphasis that may not amount to much on the ground.
Yeah, well, Errol, covering Trump for the last year and a half and kind of documenting his political career over the last decade, one of his biggest ways of finding success has been in messaging and been in branding, even if it wasn't necessarily followed through with on kind of the back end in terms of policy changes and all of that. I think about something like the Department of Government Efficiency that he is creating, DOGE, as people might recognize it. He initially tapped Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, and Vivek Ramaswamy, a multimillionaire former presidential candidate, to co-lead that. But I was able to find out earlier today that Ramaswamy is already stepping away from that because he's planning to launch a bid for governor of Ohio next week. So it's one example of something that got a lot of attention over the last few weeks during this transition period that is now pretty substantially changing in terms of who's overseeing it. I think when it comes to things like renaming the Gulf of Mexico or the U.S. potentially using the military to take over Greenland, we've talked in recent weeks about how world leaders have been confused and they've been trying to figure out when to take Trump seriously versus when to take him literally. And that's a debate that played out during his first term in office. And we also know that Trump has had no issue over his political career contradicting himself. Even in this 30-minute inaugural address, there was something I noticed at one point. He said, I want to be a peacemaker and a unifier. That's how he wants the second term to be defined. But earlier in the speech, he talked about this election win being a mandate to reverse a, quote, horrible betrayal. And he was talking about President Joe Biden 4 years in office as Biden was sitting right next to him. So that's where Trump in many ways tries to have it both ways. But as I spent the last year and a half on the trail, what voters, especially Donald Trump supporters, told me time and time again is that they were sold on his messaging and they were sold on what he was talking about in terms of, you know, tamping down hard on illegal immigration, in terms of lowering costs, even though he has since said it might be harder to cheapen grocery prices than what he pledged to do on the campaign trail. So that's why it's going to be important to cover not only the executive orders and actions that he takes today and this week, but especially over the first 100 days of his time in office. We're going to be at the White House and tracking every single day. What is he doing? Where is Congress cooperating with him? Where is he taking executive action that is not being challenged in court or being held up legally? And how will that drastically change things? I think it's been made very clear by the Trump White House that immigration is going to be pretty much top of the list in terms of sending military down to the U.S. southern border, in terms of ending birthright citizenship, and really drastically changing the reality for families across America who are mixed families in the sense that some people have U.S. citizenship and some don't. So that's going to be something I'll be keeping an eye on. But as Holly and Josh pointed out, he touched on a lot in this speech. It almost served as a subdued campaign speech. And these are things, you know, almost copy and paste that he campaigned on and that a lot of people voted for because they believed him and they want him to at least try to make it happen.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband Doug Emhoff getting in their Secret Service vehicles for the last time as Vice President, well, former Vice President now. And you see J.D. Vance, the new Vice President, and his wife Usha Vance saying goodbye to them. That's going to happen. And then a minute or two after that, we'll see Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden get into a helicopter and fly away for the final time. And they're being sent off with well wishes from the new president, Donald Trump, there as well. So on a day when they brought all of the ceremonies inside because it's so cold, it's still a little chilly out there for sure. You can see it on their faces. But there is the vehicle taking away Kamala Harris and her husband. And we're about to see former President Biden and his wife get into, I guess you don't call it Air Force One anymore, or Marine One, Marine Two, maybe Marine Three. They're going to get into a Marine helicopter and fly away for the last time on their way to wherever their travels now take them, presumably back to Delaware or perhaps to a well-deserved vacation. Let's watch this final parting of the two presidents. They're going to Santa Barbara, California, the producer is telling me, and that's a pretty good place to be. On the other side of the continent from the frigid Arctic temperatures that are gripping the center and the east part of the United States, there's Joe Biden and his wife departing for the last time. President Trump, who is about to embark on an intense day of work. Ayanna Harry here with me in studio. He's got a lot of work ahead of him, and it's going to start in just the next few minutes. And from the speech, as we've heard, there are two Donald Trumps at play here, right? He's going to be a peacemaker and a unifier, but he also had some pretty sharp words to say about where he believes the country is and what he plans to do about it starting today.
Yeah, he had some pretty sharp criticism for the outgoing President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as they were sitting just a few feet away from his speech. Some of the early executive actions that we expect the new president, Donald Trump, to take, they will have a real and direct impact on cities all around the country. country, particularly when it comes to immigration. In New York City alone, 500,000 people are estimated to be at risk under Donald Trump's mass deportations. That's according to the city's comptroller. So in New York City, in Chicago, we've seen officials trying to understand and brace for what those deportations might mean in their cities, particularly in sanctuary cities where there is a limited amount of information that those cities can provide to federal immigration officials in terms of individuals and what their immigration status might be. But we've heard from Donald Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, in recent weeks. He said that border sanctuary cities will not stop their work. They have a job to do, and they will continue to do that job. So I suspect mayors and governors all around the country are bracing to get the text of all of these executive orders and see the ways in which they might have real and practical implications all around the country, Errol.
The president heading back into the Capitol, heading for what is called the President's Room, where he is expected to issue the first of his orders. And Ayanna, this is sort of the calm before the storm, so to speak, when it comes to a lot of those actions. And to be clear, Tom Homan, the incoming deportation czar, whatever his title is, has used the words shock and awe for what is supposed to happen, again, starting today.
That's correct. And part of what cities and municipalities have been bracing for is a potential separation of families, because Tom Homan has been, questioned what happens if perhaps a parent is undocumented but a child is a U.S. citizen. And Tom Homan has said on many occasions that the entire family, the parent and child, can be deported together. So many people trying to understand what this means for folks in their communities. And we've seen, particularly in New York City, several Know Your Rights seminars being held. Some were held earlier today, just as the president was inaugurated, trying to help immigrants understand and know how to navigate this. And one of the attendees of the inauguration and some of the inaugural events is the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. He initially said that he wasn't sure whether or not he would be going to Washington for today, but then he says he got a call from the president's transition team early this morning, and Mayor Eric Adams went down to Washington, and certainly New York City is expecting to feel the impact of many of these executive orders.
Okay, as we wait for the chopper to take off, Kevin Fry, there are the executive actions that the president is expected to take today, but then there's legislation. There's the lasting change that comes with getting laws passed. That's not necessarily going to be all that easy for the incoming Trump administration, even though his fellow Republicans control both the House and the Senate.
Right, and one other note on the executive actions before we move on to the legislative process is that the CBP One app, which has been used by migrants at the border trying to apply for asylum, set up appointments and whatnot, that has now, according to some reports on Twitter from the Washington Post and others, that has been shut down. So this is part of the rollout of this policy shift when it comes to how they handle the border. When it comes to the actual legislative work, which Trump did not get very in-depth with in this speech this afternoon, he faces a bit of a legislative headache in terms of getting things done here on Capitol Hill. Because he appointed lawmakers from the House of Representatives, which already has a razor-thin majority for the Republicans, that majority has gotten paper-thin. Potentially, at some points over the next couple months anyway, they will have no room, no margin for error. If one Republican votes against the bill is sunk if everyone's in attendance. And so, as Trump looks to try to get things done via the reconciliation route, which basically allows them to bypass the 60-vote filibuster in the Senate. It's a procedural maneuver. If they try to go that route with some of these big things like renewing the tax cuts, for example, immigration funding, if there is any faction in the House of Representatives that doesn't agree with what is in that large, all-encompassing bill, then the bill is essentially dead. If you remember, Democrats used this for Biden's big climate investment and health care bill. That took months for them to finally settle down on an agreement between the Senate and the House Republicans until they finally reached something that everyone could agree on. If they have to try to go through that route in the House this time to try to do those things like tax cuts, where if you have one faction in the Freedom Caucus, the more conservative flank of the party, or some of the more moderates want, for example, a provision that helps taxpayers in more blue, moderate states, that's a headache in terms of getting anything done. Now, we have seen, of course, that Trump knows how to twist arms and has a lot of leverage here on Capitol Hill. Hill. Throw in on top of that Elon Musk threatening those who don't comply with primary challenges and so forth. Maybe there's some sway that they can move things along, but they're going to be walking a tightrope.
Okay, thank you for that, Kevin. I want to go to the White House now, where Reuben Jones is standing by. And this is moving day. In a very practical sense, the Biden family has got to get their stuff out of the building, right? I mean, that's got to happen. And then in the closing hours of his presidency, we also saw Biden issue a number of pardons, some of which were quite surprising.
Yeah, exactly, Errol, and I'll get to that in just a second. I will mention that I believe Biden's helicopter just flew over the White House, kind of took a pause. I can't confirm that, but it's possible he may have taken a glance around one final time, looking at the White House as he eventually will depart Washington here and make his way to California, at least for a little while. Yeah, let's talk about those pardons, because in the last few minutes of his presidency, the White House announced that President Joe Biden did pardon his siblings, James, Valerie, and Frances Biden, as well as their spouses, John Owens and Sarah Jones. Just an incredibly significant pardons coming in the last few minutes of the president's administration. And he referenced this being because of the partisan politics, he calls it, the extremity or the extreme partisan politics that he is concerned, obviously, that could impact his family even more as he leaves the White House, going on to say even when individuals have done nothing wrong and will ultimately be exonerated, the mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage their reputation and finances. And these pardons came just not too long after he pardoned members of the January 6th committee, as well as former Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley and Dr. Anthony Fauci. So that is sort of the legislative side of things, or the executive action side of things. Let's talk logistically here, Errol, for a second, because once we saw President Biden, now former President Biden, and Donald Trump leave the White House, the motorcades left, and then in came the moving trucks. Nobody likes moving day. We all do not look forward to it. This is moving day times 100, if you will. There are so many elements of this, but there are also resources maximized a lot more here at the White House. It is the chief usher that oversees this process. The ushers and the members of the White House oversee this and are organized into groups as they move out items from President Biden and move in items for now President Trump. One thing I'll just mention, Errol, is that the new incoming First Lady, Melania Trump, has a say in some of the things that will be in part of her furniture here. They also do a very deep cleanse in the White House, putting in fresh linens and towels as they move in.
All right, Reuben Jones. We've got the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, addressing the inauguration crowd. Let's listen to what he's talking about.
Excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years, but I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was... I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. See, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate them. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people that were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir. Calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy. Because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and they would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information.
Let's screen here. You have President Trump addressing his Republican supporters on the left. On the right side of your screen, former President Joe Biden and his wife at Joint Base Andrews. They're going from Marine One, the helicopter that brought them there, to a plane that will take them into his ex-presidency. They're heading for California, to Santa Barbara, where it's nice and warm.
We're committed. You wouldn't.
And that part of this ceremony included, we believe, according to Reuben Jones, our reporter on the scene, a brief trip over the White House so that he could get a last glance at the seat of power that he held up until noon today. We're 90 minutes into the Trump presidency, and he is serving up some red meat to some of his Republican legislative supporters, promising action, talking about corrupt thugs that he's going to take on, promising to provide relief to those who were involved in the January 6th insurrection. Let's go back and listen to more of what he has to say.
What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crier. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history.
Looks like we're going to get a few words from former President Joe Biden. Let's listen to what he has to say before he gets on the plane and leaves the Washington area for the last time. Oh, I guess he and Dr. Jill Biden are getting a last fanfare from the military band that is there, I believe. Can we hear that? Oh, I see, yes. Okay, and then Reuben Jones, who's at the White House. I think you were correct, Reuben, about the final flight over the White House by Joe Biden on his way out of Washington. Do we know what he'll be doing in his post-presidency?
Yeah, I mean, it is a good question, Errol. Look, he is obviously a lot older than some of our recent presidents when they have left office. You know, you think about Jimmy Carter, for example, who we recently lost. He left office very middle-aged, if you will, very young in retrospect, and really established a reputation for what he did post-presidency as we listen now into the former president.
I came to thank you. You know, I don't think we could have done anything. I know we couldn't have done anything we did without you. Kamala and Doug and members of the cabinet, all the staff that's here from all across all the agencies, and friends, supporters. Jill and I are forever grateful to you. I mean that. We're genuinely grateful. As you heard me say before, no president gets to choose the moment they enter history, but they get to choose the team they enter history with. And we chose the best damn team in the world. You are. No, it's because of you. I mean this sincere from the bottom of my heart. Because of you, we got so much done for all Americans. I look down there, my Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, exceeded only by his wife who worked in reverse. But look, I only hope to look back on these years. I hope you look back on them with the same pride I have of all you've done. You know, I'm proud of is that you did it upholding the core values of honesty, decency, and integrity. I mean, no scandal. I mean, it's incredible what you did. And you represent the best of who we are as Americans. That's not a joke. That's real. Now, while we relied on your ideas and resolve and counsel, we also relied on your families. To all your families, thank you for the sacrifices you made. I mean it. For being part of this journey. Every day, I'm deeply moved by all we all did for this country. I really mean it. History's going to mark down just what you did. You know, but the point I want to make today is to make clear my farewell address, as we all do have we have a lot more to do. We heard the inaugural address today. You know, we got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, they're up and down, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say this before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight.
Okay, ex-president Biden, it's going to take a little getting used to, thanking his supporters. That's the base of the base. That's the core of his supporters who are there to say farewell to him. And let's go to Josh Robin, who's been standing by and watching all of this. It looks like President Trump is serving up the red meat, Josh. The unity may come in this administration, but not when he's having lunch with his Republican supporters, it seems.
I agree with you, Errol. I think, as others have noted, this is a speech that he wanted to give, it seemed. He went after Liz Cheney. He went after Adam Kinzinger. He went after people on the January 6th committee. Those individuals, by the way, just in the past number of hours, have been preemptively pardoned by the outgoing president, Joe Biden. And Biden, as we've mentioned as well, in the very last moments, pardoned preemptively his family members for any charges that might have been brought against him. That unleashed a statement from the chairman of the panel that looked into the Bidens, saying that obviously this proves their corruption. Biden said in his statement that does nothing of the sort. As I look, and I'm curious to know your thoughts as well, Errol, but as I look at Joe Biden, I really think of what could have been. I especially thought of that when Kamala Harris was saying goodbye to the current president, Donald Trump, her former rival. If Joe Biden had kind of followed through on what some saw was a promise of only to serve one term, paved the way for a competitive primary to replace him on the Democratic ticket, might this have been a opportunity to block the current president, Donald Trump, from returning, Earl?
Oh, it's interesting, Josh, I guess, to answer your question. I mean, the part of the speech where Donald Trump said, here I am, the American people have spoken, is, as best I can tell, where this country was going to go. I don't know that it was a default result that we got. Let's go back and listen to more of President Trump at the Republican luncheon.
Cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy. I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%, and we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I'll tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have. Not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall. Right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me, and I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually 2 sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air and 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires.
Back to the split screen. You've got Donald Trump, the president, on the left of your screen, addressing in Emancipation Hall within the Capitol complex, talking with his Republican supporters. Over on the right, former President Joe Biden at Joint Base Andrews. He just addressed some of his supporters and is now heading for a plane en route to California. One thing worth pointing out is that there's a very practical side to all of this. If you're watching and wondering why are they having all of these different events, well, there's a very practical side to this. We just heard from Reuben Jones at the White House. The former president has their stuff all packed up, and it's got to get moved out of the White House, which is, after all, his residence, or had been. And then the new president has to have a place to sleep tonight. And so all of that family's belongings have to be moved in. And so there's a lot of furious packing, unpacking, and moving around going on. And in the meantime, you have Donald Trump in a number of ceremonies that we'll be bringing to you over the course of the next couple of hours. There's Joe Biden on the right.
We don't want criminals coming into our
heading for his final departure from the Washington area.
Virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it.
Okay, let's talk to some of the folks we have not heard from. We've got Jason Fechner in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's been watching a lot of this, as well as Ebeth Bruswal, our colleague out of Florida. And let me start with you, Ebeth. What's your take on the presidential speech and the event as a whole? Not sure we have her yet. Let's go to Wisconsin. Jason, have you got me? Okay, let's try again. Jason, can you hear me?
I sure can, Errol. How you doing?
Okay, good. What'd you make of that inaugural speech?
Well, first off, Donald Trump telling those Republican supporters there that they are younger, smarter, and better looking than everyone in the Capitol Rotunda during his inauguration address. And Errol, that's exactly how I feel about you when you pop up on TV here. All kidding aside, as Josh Robin had mentioned a short time ago, somewhat like a campaign rally speech, very much like the speech we heard Sunday from the arena there in Washington as well. And I'm very curious to see kind of how those speeches continue to play out in these initial days of his administration, because he's no longer on the campaign trail, of course. The election was now a couple of months ago, and he is moving forward, likely not to go for re-election again, though there's some discrepancy about that in the future. So as you continue to hear what he has to say to those Republican supporters there in the Capitol building as well, much more of that speech that I think he would have given had some more guardrails not put on, talking about the January 6th hostages, as he referenced, saying that there will be a lot of action about the 1,500 or so people facing federal charges following the insurrection events on January January the 6th, 2021. On the flip side of things, it's been interesting to watch as former President Joe Biden now leaves Washington. This is a president who took over with 61% support back in February of 2021. That approval rating as he left office now had fallen to 37% support. So there's a lot of talk about how history will judge President Joe Biden's presidency. And a lot of former presidents, of course, get a little boost in that approval rating after they leave office. Most notably, of course, we've talked about former President Jimmy Carter in the wake of his death. He had left office at an approval rating of 46%, and that jumped up by 11 points or so in the years after he was there in the White House. So a lot of discussion, of course, about how Washington and the rest of the country and world will view Biden's presidency in the days going forward. And to that end, back to now President Trump, a lot of Americans, of course, waiting to see these campaign promises come into effect. He had often said that he will immediately bring the prices down on everything. So Republicans and Democrats nationwide looking forward to seeing whether or not the price of gas will go down. He's talked about energy independence there, and he talked about that earlier today. We're waiting to see whether or not this fragile ceasefire holds up now in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. And obviously a lot of folks wondering whether or not this TikTok deal will remain in place or whether TikTok could go away. So a big day for Trump's presidency, of course. Far and away the leader of the Republican Party, probably the most powerful position he will be at within the Republican Party now over the next 2 years especially. But I think a lot of Americans are kind of waiting and wondering what will take place, especially as all of these executive orders unfold, because as we're kind of getting a glimpse there from Trump right now, I don't think he's going to talk about a lot more specifics through the rest of the day as he continues to celebrate and speak off prompter, as is his favorite way to have these speeches there. So we'll wait for these executive orders to come out, dig through the copy on those, and kind of get a better picture of what's to come in the days and weeks ahead.
Indeed. I want to bring in Beth Bruswell out of Florida. And what were your impressions of the inaugural speech?
Oh, Errol, I'm going to talk so fast it's going to sound like I'm an auctioneer because there's so much I want to talk about. The one thing I want to say is I looked at on my phone, the Mexican Consul of Central Florida, so they cover lots of counties. Florida has 67 counties, and this person's in charge of 48 or so. He's telling me they have unleashed right now on all social media platforms what to do and what not to do for immigrants to follow if they get stopped, right, because of their status. So they're doing this mostly in Spanish, a little bit in English. So we're talking Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, X. And then he tells me Florida is #1 when it comes to the H-2A recipients. 99% are from Mexico. I says, you mean higher than California? He says, yes. Why does this matter? Because we can talk until we're blue in the face about what we're seeing and hearing today, but real world application is that folks like immigrants are very, very scared. But we got to point out, blue states like New York, right, have cried out to the Biden administration saying, hang on a second, Mr. President, we need help. Our hotel rooms, remember that a few months ago? Packed with so many folks who were coming into this country and they needed to house them somewhere, but all of that costs money. So here we are, we're just, about 2 hours into this new presidency, and he's getting to work right away. Something else that I want to point out very quickly that's got real world implication. President Trump said, revoke electric vehicle mandates immediately. I have spoken to dealerships across Central Florida and other parts of the country. They're literally, their words, freaking out because they're going to have all this inventory and they're thinking, do people want them? Are they going to buy them? How does that work out for their bottom line? These are the ripple effects of what we're seeing. And then finally, before I toss it back to you, watching President Biden get onto the chopper there to leave, I cannot help but July 21st last year. Why does that matter? That was a Sunday. I won't forget because I was doing my thing on my day off, and all of a sudden we get these emails from the Biden campaign saying, you know what, all of these publications are supporting or endorsing the president. That was about 11 in the morning, July 21st. Fast forward at like 2:10 in the afternoon, the president was making an announcement that he was not going to run for re-election. So when the president, now former President Biden, says he gave his all, he did. Did the party give him the chance? And, they knew that things were brewing with his cognitive behavior slowing down. But it wasn't until people like George Clooney said, you know what? I don't like what I'm seeing behind the scenes. I'm going to speak up. And then there was a change at the top of the ticket. So The new chapter begins now.
Okay, points all well taken. Thank you for that, Ebeth. I want to go to our Kevin Fry. He's inside the Capitol complex, and I understand, Kevin, that you recently spoke with someone who was the defendant in some of those January 6th insurrection cases. He and a lot of other people are waiting for some relief that could come as early as this afternoon from President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look at the dichotomy of the two speeches that Trump has given thus far today, there was the one in the Rotunda that had much more of a, shall we say statesman-like demeanor to it. Now he's in the Emancipation Hall, which, again, insider info here on Capitol Hill, but that's basically the visitor center. And there he is giving a speech that's much more akin to what he usually does at his rallies, including notably bringing up something that was left out of the last speech, January 6th, railing against the January 6th committee and the House members that were just pardoned earlier today proactively for fear of retribution against them. When it comes to those January 6th defendants, he described them today, re-invoking this word, of hostages. And there is still an open question as to which ones he will end up pardoning. This has been something he promised on the campaign trail. Just to give you a sense of the numbers here, about 1,600 people have been federally charged in relation to the January 6th riot on Capitol Hill, with about 600 or so of those charged in relation to assaulting, resisting, or impeding law enforcement. About 1,000 folks so far have pleaded guilty, and about 200 plus have been found guilty at trial. Now, I spoke to one of those individuals who was in jail for several years. He, among other things, was accused of entering through a window onto Capitol Hill and then going into a senator's private office in the Capitol complex and smoking weed. In his comments with me when we interviewed him, I asked him if he would at all be frustrated, if it would change his assessment of Trump if he doesn't follow through on this pledge to actually go ahead with some sort of pardoning or commutation. He's seeking a commutation in his part. And he said no, he still believes he's the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln, but he'll hold out to see exactly what Trump ultimately decides to do. The big question here on Capitol Hill is you talk to lawmakers, Democrats basically condemn the idea of pardoning these individuals as outrageous, while some Republicans give Trump a little wiggle room, particularly when it comes to does he decide to pardon just those that didn't have violent accusations against them, or does he go further? Does he even go so far as to provide some sort of clemency to members of the Proud Boys accused of helping to coordinate and organize this event? We just don't know yet, but that's something we're keeping an eye out on, as he's promised this to be part of his day one rollout of executive orders and actions. And just in the larger context, one other thing to remember is that this is kind of, as Democrats have described it to me, their fear is being played out in real time, that Trump is essentially changing the narrative on January 6th from being a terrible day to being a day that January 6th defendants described as essentially being entrapment on Capitol Hill, which is simply not the case. Carol?
Okay, let's go back to Emancipation Hall, where the president is talking about January 6th and what he might do in regard to that.
She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No, so we all appreciate it because she's been a great first lady, a beautiful and a great first lady, and they love our first lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our first lady, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, President Trump talking to some of his Republican legislative supporters who are going to be critical to enacting a lot of his agenda. Let's go to Reuben Jones at the White House. There was a question that occurs that maybe you can help answer, which is that the website of the White House, a lot of the official websites all have to kind of change over. Is that happening right now?
very much, Errol. In fact, that new website just went live here. If you go to whitehouse.gov, you will be greeted with a large picture of now President Donald Trump saying America is back. And if you scroll a little further down, you'll see the official portraits, not the White House official portraits, but these portraits that the new administration released a few days ago of both Trump and J.D. Vance. Trump looking quite serious in his photo, as you see there, J.D. Vance smiling, and now the First Lady also there in her photo. Next to that is a section for the incoming cabinet. We're getting some information, starting to get some information on who might be confirmed first. Marco Rubio for Secretary of State may come up soon here. And then if you go a little bit further down, or I should say a little bit further up, there is a section on that website for executive actions. Now, no actions on that section of the website yet, but you can expect dozens of executive actions to show up there, as the president, now president, has been teasing. So this is starting to come to fruition here. The website coming up, and over the next few hours here, Errol, we are going to see new administration officials walk right behind me, head into their new offices in the White House as the moving trucks get the supplies in for the Trump family. We'll see the new staff move in as well, and it should be interesting to see how it all plays out as the Biden folks have left.
And I take it, Ruben, that there are some people involving national security who are presumably already on the job, I hope.
Sure, and there are a lot of, remember, career positions of people who remain in their positions. A lot of these more political positions, though, some of them have already stepped aside. Some have been asked by the Trump administration respectfully to step aside and will be replaced. But yes, there is still a government very much intact. But in terms of some of these lower level positions, or even on the press office side of things, you will see this sort of handoff occur. And what will be also interesting to see, Errol, is do some of the outgoing staff interact? Do they talk about their position? Do they kind of help them transition in, show them how different things work? You know, you talk about moving into a new job, you think about IT, and you think about, does the Wi-Fi work? Does the internet work? And all that stuff. So there's a lot that plays out here, but it's such a short, tight span here when you talk about the move-in process. About 6 hours between when Biden left and when Trump will be coming back here to call this his residence.
All right. Thanks very much for that, Ruben Jones at the White House. It is 2 o'clock here in the East, and you are watching Spectrum News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. We are 2 hours into the Trump presidency, and there are a number of ceremonial and substantive events that we're going to be bringing to you over the next couple of hours. The president is, you can see there, shaking hands and taking selfies, taking pictures with a lot of his Republican legislative supporters. He'll be heading after that to a congressional luncheon. We won't bring you the eating part, but there will be some speeches there as well, and we will bring that to you. Later in the day, we're going to see some more of the ceremonial parts of this. There normally would be a military parade outdoors, but as we've reported multiple times today, all of the events are indoors due to the extreme cold temperatures in the Washington area today. So we'll be bringing some of that to you. That's going to be a little bit later this afternoon. Right now, though, I want to bring in our John Salazar. He's one of our border reporters. He reports from the Texas border. And even in advance of executive orders being signed, even in advance of any new legislation or new officials being put in place, we're already seeing activity at the border as promised by the new president. Right, John?
Yeah, absolutely. President Trump is not wasting any time on the southern border. He's made that a part of his campaign. He's continued to talk about that, and often a couple of years ago, seeing these immigrants crossing in swarms. I often would tell my colleagues that if President Joe Biden did not get this border under control, it would be his political Achilles heel. And we do believe that immigration was one of the big issues that helped carry President Trump now back to the White House. House, and they're moving very fast. They've already gone inside the Customs and Border Protection website, and they've put up a notice stating that the CBP-1 mobile application that hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers have used to get into the country, some 900,000 plus, is now suspended. That means there are 35,000 people on the other side who now have an appointment to come inside of the United States, and that will not be honored. So let me break it down even more simple. There's about 1,200 people that come in every day with these appointments to come into the United States. There could be people on the bridge that CBP-1, that Customs and Border Protection is now saying you cannot come in. That mobile app is now done, and so the Trump administration is moving very fast. We're going to have to wait and see, hear the news, maybe in New York City or maybe in LA, some of these places where we know there are a lot of migrants that are now working and living and trying to get some sort of asylum claim to stay into the country. But we'll have to see if Border Patrol and custom agents will now pick them up and maybe put them in a detention facility somewhere.
So yeah, John, in real terms, what is the difference now? Using the app, you would have an appointment, you could come in, you could make your case, and you would either be paroled into the country or you would be turned away. What will happen now?
Well, with that application now not functional for people who were trying to come in a safe and orderly fashion, as the Biden administration had laid out the past 3 years, these people are just stuck in Mexico. They're fleeing Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba. They're looking for freedom. They're looking for opportunity. They're just trying to land on their feet, and they come to America because, as we know, we're still the beacon of freedom. And so we're going to have an estimated 70,000 people, give or take, in Mexico who are trying to get an appointment with that app that are going to be stuck over there. So the rules are today that if you try to cross in between ports of entry, the Biden administration will immediately issue the Title 8 order. So that means you could be bound for deportation if you cannot make a proper claim to stay in the country. A big part of the Biden administration prior to those tough basically the asylum ban that people are calling back in June 8, which limited the number of people who could come in between ports of entry. Prior to that, if you came in illegally, well, you were given humanitarian parole. The Trump administration will now eliminate humanitarian parole. That's one of the promises he's made. And the refugee program that has helped so many migrants, refugees from all over the world. And we expect these executive actions to take place. And we're now seeing here on the U.S. southern border that there are people on the other side with an appointment, one that was given legally and in good faith, come to an end.
Okay. Thank you for that. A lot of reporting ahead for all of us, John Salazar. You're looking, folks, at the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugurational Ceremonies is the group that kind of governs much of what's going on here ceremonially for the rest of the afternoon. And that is a luncheon that the committee is holding. It is a bipartisan committee. And while this camera feed, which is official and given to us, tends to focus on people like Mitch McConnell, who you see there, the former Senate Majority Leader, there are a number of Democrats there as well. It is, again, a joint committee. This is in some ways more of a governmental function than anything else. But you see a lot of people like Pam Bondi there, who's been nominated to become the next Attorney General. You see Barron Trump, the president's son, as well. And let me go to Taylor Popolars, who's somewhere nearby and has some insights into what we're expecting to see here at the luncheon.
Yeah, Errol, we're just across the street, essentially, from where this luncheon is taking place. We're in the Russell Senate office building. The Capitol is just off my shoulder behind me. You know, this luncheon is part of the inauguration tradition. It's been happening since 1953. It's taking place inside Statuary Hall, which is in the Capitol building. And as you pointed out, it's a bipartisan affair that not only includes members of Congress from both parties, but really just prominent Washington folks. You have some Supreme Court justices floating around, as you alluded to. You have cabinet cabinet nominees for the now in-place administration. You also have very key figures, like I just saw White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, the first woman to hold that position, who is a close ally of now President Trump. And so this is a luncheon that takes place. We expect President Trump and Vice President Vance to come by here and take part in it shortly. We're waiting to find out if there will be a signing ceremony beforehand, which we believe was part of the schedule, where some of those executive orders and executive actions we were talking about will be signed and Trump will kind of get his administration rolling. But this is an opportunity for kind of Washington's elite to interact a bit before they kind of get back to work and get back to business. And there are other VIPs who we saw take part in part of the inaugural ceremony who are also here. I saw Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta. He's in there. We know Elon Musk is mulling around, the podcast host Joe Rogan. So this is really kind of a who's who of the Trump world's current orbit. A lot of billionaires, a lot of members of Congress who are attempting to be allies, a lot of the cabinet nominees who are hoping to be confirmed in the coming hours and the coming days. And they're going to briefly sit down for lunch, and then probably by around 3 or 4 o'clock this time, the Capitol will be kind of back to work. The Senate will resume being in session, and we expect some of those nominees to be voted either out of committee or on the Senate floor later tonight. So this is kind of the last show of bipartisanship before the Republican-controlled Congress and now the Republican-controlled White House gets to work.
Okay, thank you for that, Taylor. Erin Kelly is standing by, and I wanted to pick up on something that Taylor mentioned, which is that the Senate, which is going to go into session, is going to be dealing with some nominations today. Which ones do we expect them to take up, and which cabinet secretaries might we see approved as early as today?
Well, the first one that we're expecting to be approved is Florida Senator Marco Rubio. He has bipartisan support. He had his testimony in front of his own colleagues last week. He was warmly received. He's a former political rival of President Trump's from 2016. They were both on the campaign trail together, and he was asked by his colleagues, what his positions were on everything earlier this week. But we're also expecting that there could be some movement on Pete Hegseth, who is a controversial pick to lead the Department of Defense. He's expected to be voted out of committee tonight, we are told. He's a former Fox News host who also has deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan and has faced allegations of sexual and financial misconduct. He was asked about that at length last week as part of these hearings that took place as these cabinet members have been coming in and out of the Capitol, really a revolving door of people coming in as President Trump looks to get his cabinet firmed up here. He had said that he is not a perfect person, that this was an anonymous smear campaign. Now, his confirmation hinges on just a few votes, and one thing that's good news for him is that Iowa Senator Republican Joni Ernst, who initially was thought might be a no vote on him, signaled that she was backing him. So we'll see what happens, but we're expecting that Senator Rubio could happen as soon as today, and then Pete Hegseth could be coming out of committee and then eventually going to a floor vote. But there are several other cabinet members that haven't had their hearings yet, but they did 12 last week, including 6 in one day. So they are moving quickly here, Errol.
Okay, thank you for that. Pete Hegseth right there in the middle of your screen, as a matter of fact, next to Ivanka Trump, the president's daughter. And right there on the right, you can kind of see him there, Clarence Thomas, Supreme Court Justice. This is the room where it happens. A lot of power, the seat of government, and a government information. And there's a lot that's going on that involves private industry. We saw during the actual inauguration ceremony, you saw a lot of tech titans there, whether it was Mark Zuckerberg from Meta, Sundar Pichai from Google, sitting next to Jeff Bezos of Amazon, and on and on and on, all right there. Elon Musk, of course. And I want to go to Holly Gregory, because that intertwining of industry and government extends beyond just the presidency and his cabinet, but my understanding is the First Lady may be ready to announce a big deal.
And in fact, she's right in the middle of it, I believe, right now as we speak, because Jeff Bezos, owner of Amazon, who has been part of this ceremony today, also a new resident of South Florida. Amazon is in a deal with Melania Trump to have access to these 5 hours of transition between the Biden White House and the Trump White House, and all that entails. So they actually made this deal deal right after the election, right after Trump won. They went into an agreement, Amazon did, to make a movie about Melania and about this time of post-election, her life, her plans, what she is going to do now, and also through this transition. And she said that they would have access to this, pivotal 5-hour period where they do the switching out from everything from the furniture to, everything that goes into them now moving back into the White House. So there is a film crew, as we speak, per this agreement, putting this film together right now, and she's being paid $40 million for it. I also heard an interview just a couple of days ago with Melania Trump, where she talked not only about this, but also about what she planned to do this time around, the second time around in the White House. As she said, she plans to split her time between living in the White House, in Florida at Mar-a-Lago, and also in New York, where Barron Trump goes to college. And, she said for herself, she wants people to realize that she is her own woman. She makes her own decisions. Her yes is her yes, her no is her no, as she put it. And she does intend to continue her work that she started the first time around. You may remember the Be Best initiative. That was to look into, really the impact of social media on kids, particularly when it came to bullying. She got a lot of pushback about that at the time. It was, hey, you want to look at the #1 bully on social media? Go read some of your husband's tweets. It wasn't exactly well received, and she acknowledged that, but she said, look how important this topic is. You look at TikTok, for example, that's not allowed in China for their youth. You have issues of addiction and bullying and being able to have something hold your attention for more than 30 seconds and the impact that has on a developing mind. She feels like this initiative has, gained even more steam and even more, questions around it now that deserve to be looked into, and she intends to continue it. But right now, there is this deal, this Melania movie that will be coming out, and it's going to be owned by Amazon. And Errol, as I understand it, they're filming it as we speak.
Okay, well, $40 million seems a little steep to me, but for what looks like, I think some basic news, but we'll see how that works out for Amazon and the First Lady and everybody else. I'm going to bring in Ayanna Harry, my colleague, and when it comes to social media, we saw a whole interesting scenario unfold over the weekend where TikTok was banned and went dark for a minute, and I looked at it, and I got about 1,100 followers, and I occasionally post some news information there. It all went away, and then it came back. A reminder that while we think of these as utilities or something that we own or have some control over, ultimately these are private businesses.
That's correct, Errol. And when I look at what happened over the weekend with TikTok, it really reminds me that the now president, Donald Trump, his influence over America and American affairs really began before his inauguration. And I'll send it back to you, Errol.
Okay. The first of the signing is about to happen. Here's President Trump. Let's listen in.
Sub-cabinet level appointments, sir?
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government. Let's do that. That's important. That's important. Thank you. We have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments. Send here. Commission chairman and acting chairman.
have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast. Very important.
So it was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So, maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now thank you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice to
good.
meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Take that. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. Beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
He goes back as long as Ella comes. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you. Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys. Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The president signed a number of what looked like pretty perfunctory executive orders for the continuity of government. But Ayanna Harry, there was at least one in there that seemed to have a little bit of a political edge to it around the flying of flags.
Yes, one provided that the flags, the American flags, will be flown at full staff on the days of presidential inaugurations. That, of course, became an issue in recent weeks after flags were lowered throughout the country to half staff in respect for the former president, Jimmy Carter, who recently passed away. In fact, we just a few days ago saw many of the former presidents coming back to Washington to pay tribute to his life. And Donald Trump was very outspoken, saying he believes that flags should be flown at full staff for his inauguration because this is the start of a new moment for the American country. And we did see flags were flown at half staff at the Capitol at the new president's request, and also in New York State, for example, one of the local boroughs, Staten Island, their leader reached out to the governor of New York, asked her to raise flag staff full staff for the president's inauguration, and she did as well. And so we are going to be standing by and waiting to learn a little bit more about some of the other orders that the president just signed.
Okay, you're looking at the luncheon. The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies is the host of this luncheon, and it is, in fact, a bipartisan affair. If you look closely, you can see a number of prominent Democrats that are in the room, along with an overwhelmingly Republican and Trump-linked crowd as well. The lunch itself is about to begin, and there may be some speeches. If we catch any of that, there will be some ceremonial discussions as well, and we'll bring that to you. And Ayanna, when we see the room like this, where again they're moving from what was purely ceremonial to transfer power to this kind of a conversation, we heard one reporter ask the president if he was ready to engage in politics, and he kind of passed on the opportunity.
That's correct. I think the president is looking to enjoy the moment, to enjoy the luncheon, and he knows that there is going to be plenty of time for him to take questions and to further explain some of the initial actions that he plans to take within the first 100 days. So I think this luncheon, again, is going to be one of the final moments where we see everyone together socializing. There are a lot of smiles on the faces of both Democrats and Republicans in the room right now. But as soon as this is done, the work will continue in Washington in terms of moving America forward. And Republicans are in a great place in many ways in that they have a new president and control of both the Senate and the House, but particularly in the House, it is an incredibly thin majority. And so Republicans are going to have to be united if they are going to want to be productive, and we'll have to see how Democrats respond.
Yeah. And now, you know, I know that you have interviewed and are familiar with some people like Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, as well as Senator Chuck Schumer. And when I see them in the frame as some of these things are going on, I'm trying to read their faces a little bit. What's your sense of it? Is this patience? Is this fortitude? Are they genuinely happy to be there? I guess I'd extend the same question to people like Senator Amy Klobuchar, some of the other senior Democrats that are in the room.
Well, Hakeem Jeffries, he is notoriously difficult to read from the expression on his face. I think they are trying to be patient and waiting to see how this next Trump administration will play out. I think if Democrats decide to take a position and define themselves as being in opposition to Republicans, that may not play very well. You know, someone like Hakeem Jeffries, who comes from New York, Donald Trump did better in New York City than many people expected him to. So I think this is a moment where many of the Democrats are, you know, enjoying themselves while they can, looking to continue to build and bridge these relationships. And I think they also want to show the importance of that peaceful transfer of power. We did not 4 years ago see Donald Trump engaging with Joe Biden as Joe Biden arrived in Washington. And so I think it's important for these Democrats to show that just because a leader is coming in from another party, that they can still show up and participate and be open to working with each other.
Okay. I want to go to our Cassie Semyon. We've got a team of folks who are working on every side of this town and of this event. And I wanted to ask you about security and about protests. Have there been much in the way of demonstrations or people who wanted to make a political point while this inauguration is taking place?
We've seen a number of people walk by. We are just blocks from the Capitol holding signs saying trans people are people too, trans lives matter. We've seen big support for the president as he was being sworn in. A lot of people I spoke with came from across the country and said that they wanted to be here regardless that they couldn't see it in person. They wanted to be here to soak in this moment. There have been a number of protests throughout the city, some of them small, ranging in permit numbers from just 5 individuals to thousands of individuals. We do understand there is a group making their way from Meridian Hill Park deeper in the city on their way down 16th Street more towards the White House. They are against President Trump. We have not laid eyes on them specifically, but things have been pretty peaceful here around the Capitol complex. There was, of course, concerns about security, especially last week after a man tried to enter the Capitol with a machete. He was arrested by Capitol Police. We understand there was another incident where a man tried to light a fire near the Capitol building. So really security was at its peak today. We have seen a big police force up and down these streets. There were 25,000 law enforcement officials and military officials on hand to deal with the crowds when they were expected outside. Those forces have since been shifted and dispersed from the Capitol, around the White House, as well as the Capital One Arena. And we do understand there is 30 miles worth of this large fencing behind me, Errol, so lots of protection. Everyone I've spoken with so far said they do feel safe here and that all of the police that they have been encountering have been super helpful in terms of directing people, making sure they could find where they wanted to be, and making them feel safe on this big inauguration day.
Okay, and Cassie, I'm curious. When you look at who's handling security, is it the Capitol Police? Is it the Metropolitan Police? Or is it one of these scenarios where they bring in people from surrounding jurisdictions to help with the policing?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a mix because, of course, this is a federal security event. So it starts at the top. We're talking about Secret Service and FBI really leading this, as well as D.C. local police, and we have Capitol Police. And then, of course, we have seen National Guard troops brought in, 8,000 from over 40 different states across the country. So there is a big stretch of experience from different state, federal, local, law enforcement offices. And And then we also have these military members here protecting the complex as well. And I will note it's a very different scene than 4 years ago when National Guards members were here to protect the Capitol in the wake of January 6th. We haven't really seen an inauguration like this. When it was expected to be outside, there was definitely more of a heightened security feeling, especially with the 2 attempts on the president's life last year. We're talking about lone actor events like we saw in New Orleans to start the year. So there was definitely a feeling of heightened security. So far, we haven't seen any major issues, and that's the way, of course, leaders want to keep it.
Okay. I want to go to our Josh Robin. And as we look at this room, where right now we have Pete Hegseth talking with Clarence Thomas. A minute ago, I saw Donald Trump Jr. talking with Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple Computer. This almost looks, Josh, word for word like what former President Biden was warning about as far as an intertwining of industry and wealth and power with the political leadership of the country.
Of the official party.
I am surprised that there are so many titans of industry, I guess, who are given such prominent roles, Errol. As I mentioned, the richest people in the world, certainly in the United States, were sitting at a closer level to the president than members of his incoming cabinet. So that was surprising to me. Additionally, I guess I'm surprised that the president, in his remarks after the main speech, was so backward-looking. His first speech, his main speech, was more forward-looking, but then in that second speech, he really talked a lot about January 6th and the campaign. That also was surprising to me, Earl. I thought that, well, I guess wrongly, I thought that he would be more forward-looking and perhaps a little bit more disciplined. And one thing that I think we haven't talked about, Errol, is just foreign affairs. The president said, and I think this is really important, that apart from everything domestically, his proudest achievement would be that of a peacemaker. He has a lot of work cut out. He has a lot of work cut out for him. The Middle East and Ukraine to mention too, but he's off certainly to a very good start within the Middle East, and with the release of these hostages and with the ceasefire that he definitely helped broker. So it's going to get more complicated going forward. We'll see if the administration is able to build off this current ceasefire. It'll get more difficult, though.
You know, I don't know how it's going to play out in Washington, Josh, but I'd love to get your take on it. According to the Constitution, this must be a final term for Donald Trump, meaning that, you know, we're 2.5 hours into his presidency. Every hour that you count down, every day that you count down, this is the last term for this president.
It is, notwithstanding all of the concern, I think unfounded from many of his critics. Yeah, I wouldn't say, I'm not a big fan of the 100-day mark. I would say more the 2-year mark, because there's going to be midterms before you know it, and people are starting to jockey for it. But yeah, this is where his key power is, and he'll have to lean into some really complicated geopolitical problems in the Ukraine, in the Middle East. We're going to be following it really, really closely. There are internal politics within Israel, within the Arab world. It's extremely complicated. We'll be following it really closely.
Okay. All right. Let's listen in. The luncheon is underway. The president is about to enter.
so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, and it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
The inaugural committee now settling in for lunch. I think we're going to do the same. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back. There'll be much more of the coverage of the inauguration here on Spectrum News in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
Spectrum News Plus. News from a new perspective. Dedicated to refreshing storytelling and empowering communities across the nation. With balanced reporting, providing real context and in-depth coverage 24 hours a day.
Here's a look at your forecast across the country.
Local stories, connecting communities. We are Spectrum News Plus. Streaming now on the Spectrum News app and free with your Spectrum subscription.
You put in unlimited hours and unlimited passion because your small business has unlimited potential. Spectrum Business is built to connect you with that potential. With Spectrum One for Business, you get fast, reliable internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and a mobile line, all for only $49.99 per month. That's more connectivity at a better price than other providers. And with Spectrum One for Business, the value only grows. With award-winning multi-layered security to defend all your devices. If it's connected, it's protected. Get all the connectivity your business needs for the lowest price around. Only $49.99 per month. That's your business made limitless. That's Life Unlimited.
Food isn't just fuel to live, it's fuel to grow. My family relied on public assistance to help provide meals for us. These meals fueled my involvement in theater and the arts as a child, which fostered my love for acting. The Feeding America network of food banks helps millions of people put food on the table. When people are fed, futures are nourished. Join the movement to end hunger, and together we can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Visit feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Weather can be beautiful, inconvenient, and at times powerful. And it affects everything we do. At Spectrum News Plus, our weather experts update you with the information and the context you need so you can better plan your day. And we do it every 10 minutes. We're the calm in the storm. Weather on the Ones on Spectrum News Plus, exclusively on Spectrum. And get your weather anytime on the Spectrum News app.
Dinner time, off the internet. Devices in the basket, all of them.
Smartwatch. Connect as many devices as you want, and then some. With Spectrum, you get the fastest internet speeds and advanced Wi-Fi that can power all the devices in your home. Okay.
I have to take this.
Get fast and reliable connections. Get Spectrum.
I'm Josh Robin here at the presidential inauguration, which has just finished up. And we are right now, the cameras have been taken away from the room where the president, Donald Trump, is having lunch with his vice president and with a number of other elected officials, dignitaries, Supreme Court justices. And we can expect that the president might say a few words there. He's in the Capitol behind me. We're going to turn now to Taylor Popolars, who is inside the Capitol. Taylor, what can you tell us?
Well, Josh, this lunch just went underway. As we were speaking about earlier, it's a bit of a bipartisan tradition that's been going on since the 1950s, and it's kind of one last chance for members of both parties, President Trump's cabinet nominees, and other important folks here in Washington, ranging from Supreme Court justices to the billionaires who are in town to, members of the incoming administration, to interact and to exchange some pleasantries before everyone kind of hits the ground running. So, as we saw over the last couple of hours, President Trump delivered his inaugural speech in the Capitol Rotunda, which, as you just alluded to, it was right behind you. It's right behind us. We're in one of the Senate office buildings. He then went to Emancipation Hall, where there was kind of an overflow crowd of inauguration guests who couldn't fit inside the rotunda, and he essentially delivered a second edition of his speech that was unscripted and sounded much more kind of like a traditional Trump rally. Then he took part in a brief signing ceremony that's part of the tradition here on Inauguration Day, day where he signed some proclamations and he signed, some just kind of early steps for the president to make formal his cabinet nominees and things like that. And now this lunch is taking place, and this will be one of the final events that will happen in the Capitol building before President Trump departs. Now, in normal times, we would see the inauguration parade leave here from the Capitol complex and head up Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. But because of the weather here, as you know, because I'm fortunate to be inside and you're currently outside, the feels-like temperature is 15 degrees here in Washington, and they decided to move everything indoors. So Trump is expected to go to the Capital One Arena, where I was last night for a victory rally that he held, and we're expecting him to sign some additional executive orders and actions there before tens of thousands of his supporters. And then he's expected to go to the White House and then stop by some inaugural balls. So this lunch is kind of one of the last, traditions within the Capitol on an inauguration day, and then we'll expect to see Trump moving forward. But it's obviously just worth noting and kind of people watching from the camera angles we saw earlier of who's interacting, especially as these cabinet nominees are trying to get through in terms of being confirmed by the Senate, and Trump's team is trying to figure out who will be their allies here on Capitol Hill as they try to get their agenda kind of moved forward.
Taylor, both you and I are from the Northeast. I'm from a little bit more north of you. This isn't too cold, so but they have made the decision to move it inside, and we'll live with that. Let me turn over to Holly Gregory. As we look at this, Holly, what's happening with inside the Capitol, a bipartisan luncheon, people talking about democracy, some very nice speeches about wishing the president well, even if among those people who disagree with him politically. I'm kind of reminded that not too long ago, the weather was starting to get cold, and Vice President Kamala Harris agreed with the assessment of the former Joint Chiefs of Staff that Donald Trump was a fascist. And look, there are going to be professors and experts on this who are going to be very critical of the president and use that word. But to me right now, I see someone who was elected decisively. It was narrow, I think, by some arguments, but decisively nonetheless. I see a bipartisan affair, and I see the business of government going forward. And I'm not saying that this is not a prelude to the future, but as of right now, it seems that the American experiment in democracy is working quite well. But I'm curious to know your thoughts.
Yeah, alive and well, before our very eyes. We are witnessing it. And of course, that was something that came up during this campaign over and over again. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. That is what Democrats had to say, and Harris had to say, and Biden had to say. But yet here we are. Democracy thrives. And I think the voters, spoke on that. And lo and behold, that is democracy. And that whole, Democrats continuing to talk January 6th and Trump's a fascist, that didn't resonate with voters. They were voting with their pocketbooks. They were looking at going to the grocery store and having to determine if they could afford what they were about to buy over and over again, and the cumulative effect of inflation, what that has done to working class families. If you make a certain amount of money, if you're making a lot of money, maybe you feel it a little bit. Those who kind of exist on the margins and really have to budget and are working class, that has hurt them and continues to hurt them. This was what they were voting on. They looked at the border and they voted on the border. They want that border secure. And yet they were told over and over again, Mayorkas sat in congressional hearings and said, borders secure, borders closed, borders secure, don't believe your lying eyes. So talk about, potential abuse of power. Look at what was told to Americans that they simply didn't buy. So I think Americans have spoken. We see the result of that election, Trump winning the popular vote, and they didn't buy this fascism call.
But looking forward, I think all of us were prepared, and we are going to talk about the fact that Trump is signing some very significant executive orders. But he also, in longer remarks, at least by my count, than what he said in his official speech, was looking backwards and was looking back at the kind of things that gives people pause about January 6th. And that's leading to my question right now. Someone you know very well is the current Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. It seems to me, based upon my analysis, that she really is trying to bring order to an administration and to not have him look backwards. I mean, that speech that he gave second, the one that did look back, was off the cuff. I assume that in that first one, she had a lot more to say. People might have disagreed with it, but at least for the most part, that was looking forward and would resonate with, I would think, a bigger chunk of the population. But I'm curious to know your thoughts, Holly, as someone who has covered Florida politics and Susie Wiles for a long time.
Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, first female chief of staff, very well known in Florida politics, longtime Trump supporter before he ever ran the first time. And yes, she runs a tight ship. She runs a very disciplined campaign, but she also lives by the motto of let Trump be Trump. But she does control as best she can, and she's done a pretty good job of it, the orbit around him. Not only her own team, who has been very disciplined, who has been, very on message, who ran a very good campaign under circumstances that we have never seen. I mean, they had to run it out of a courtroom sometimes. She has run a tight ship so far, but yes, she does stay much more disciplined. And you're right. We heard his, official inaugural address that was, very on message, very golden age to come of America. Here's X, Y, and Z that I plan to do to get there. And then he went into the overflow room and looked much more back, as you're talking about. He talked about that he won the 2020 election, that he was going to, pardon people in January 6th, which, by the way, Florida has the most convicted J6 felons with 76. That doesn't include misdemeanors. That's just felons. So there are a lot of people in Florida who are going to be watching very closely to see what happens there. That is still very much, high on Trump's mind. There's no question about it. I don't think that people elected him to look back at January 6th, to your point. They hired him because they elected him because they want the economy returned to something that they can afford, and they want that border controlled, or the top two. There are other things as well, and he addressed those in the speech, including something we haven't talked about, and that is a return to meritocracy, a return to being judged and promoted and looked upon based on the things you can control, the things that you have done, the things that you have accomplished. That was something that he focused on in that first speech. So to your point and to your question, though, Josh, Susie Wiles is very disciplined. She wants to keep him on message, and she wants to have the people around him run the same tight ship and follow her direction as to not having any leaks in the campaign. She was very good about that. And to controlling who is around him. As I said last night, she said in taking this job for chief of staff, I will not have a clown car outside the White House every day. Yeah. And she meant it.
Okay, we'll see how much she's able to keep the current president on message. And to your point about DEI and meritocracy, we do anticipate later today that the current president is going to be signing an order on that, one of about 200 that we are expecting today. Errol, we will send it back to you for now.
Okay, thank you, my friend. Let's go to the White House where Reuben Jones is standing by. Something happened a little bit earlier. It looked ceremonial, the president signing a couple of executive orders, but the last one, which they didn't really focus on a lot, but you could overhear what they were saying, involved raising flags to full staff. They were at half staff in honor of or in commemoration or recognition of the death of former President Jimmy Carter. And there's been some movement, even just in the few minutes since he signed that order.
Sure. So all federal government flags were at half-staff, Errol, as you say, because of the passing of former President Jimmy Carter. Speaker Mike Johnson had ordered the flags at the Capitol to be flown full staff in honor of the inauguration. We saw that play out, I believe, in Texas as well, the governor there ordering it. Here at the White House this morning, the flag was at half-staff, but just as of about 10 minutes or so ago, they moved that flag to being up fully to full staff, and that came just minutes after now President Donald Trump signed that executive order that flags will now be flown at half staff on Inauguration Day.
Thanks very much, Reuben, for that. And
at full staff, yeah.
Was this a matter of controversy at the White House prior to today?
From my knowledge, there hadn't been too much rumbling about it at the White House. It was a little bit controversial in the sense of the Speaker doing this in the sense of it was honoring the former president, Jimmy Carter, and people did not want to take away from that just because of the inauguration. And as so much does, it became very political for how this played out. So, yeah, this puts to rest this controversy, if you will, because it's now an executive action. But always interesting to watch. It's been interesting to watch today, Errol, just to see how much change can happen, some subtly, some more noticeable here at the White House just in the past few hours as the new president is sworn in.
For that, we've seen a lot of these indoor events because of the freezing temperature down there inside the Capitol complex. But later on today, the Capitol One complex, which is an arena, a commercial arena where you see sports and concerts and things like that. And that's where our Daniel Grimes is, because that's where a lot of the center of the action is going to move to a little bit later. Daniel, tell us what you're seeing there.
Thomas Jefferson on the bump side. Hey, yeah, good afternoon. So right now, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin is speaking. There have been a series of speeches here at the Capital One Arena in downtown Washington, D.C. We've heard from conservative social media influencer Charlie Kirk. In fact, he got one of the loudest applauses. Of course, former senior advisor Kellyanne Conway spoke. We've just heard from Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who served as press secretary during Trump's first administration. So we've heard from just a series of folks. It's really felt like a rally. I'm actually going to take a step aside so you can see the crowd. I spoke to Taylor Popolars, who was here last night for the victory rally, and he says that there were several sections that were actually empty last night. Well, taking a look around, I know you're seeing it, this stadium is packed. It can hold north of 20,000 people, and I see very few empty seats, so it is a packed stadium. We expect the President Trump, to come here, and I believe you can see it off to the side here to the left. There actually is a desk with the presidential seals, so we will expect the president to sign some executive orders. We don't know which ones will be signed here, but we also expect the parade to take place. We expect that timing around maybe 3:30, 4 p.m. But yes, quite a raucous environment here, Errol.
Very different look and feel than the Capitol. Thank you for that, Daniel. I want to go back to Florida to Yvette Bruzoil. And Yvette, I spoke earlier today with John Salazar, our colleague who reports from the Texas border, who said that just like with this issue with the flags, there are some things that are happening already where people who had appointments for 1 p.m. We're informed that those appointments are null and void, and that tens of thousands of people are now expected to be either stranded or, let's say, kept inside Mexico, unable to cross that particular border. That's not the only border, and that's not the only place where we're going to see some of those changes, is it?
Yeah, things are happening fast, but this is what he ran on now, President Trump, getting the border under control. And I've said this before, but I think it begs reiterating once again, is that even blue states in the last 6 months, 8 months, a year, have really been strong with their requests to the Biden administration to say, we need some help, like New York, California, and others. And so now we've got President Trump, right, now in office, 2 hours and 55 minutes, and he said, hey, it's time to get her done, as they used to say, or they say in the South. And one of the things that I want to point out also is that I keep checking the social media platforms for the Mexican consul across the state of Florida and other parts of the country, and they're putting out these graphics, if you will, with a 1-800 number. It is being manned 24/7, that if anybody within the immigration community has any issues at all being stopped, they're being basically told what to say in English and or Spanish. There's a legal team waiting for these folks if they have any questions whatsoever, so they can get the assistance that they need. In the state of Florida, we have, and I was told, and I mentioned it earlier, the #1 H-2A working farm workers visas in all of the U.S. And something else that I want to point out when it comes to immigration, I haven't heard a lot, and maybe I just didn't pay close attention, but anything about the Venezuelan community. The state of Florida has the highest number of Venezuelans in all of the U.S. And why do I bring that up? Because we have now new leadership that has been sworn into office just days ago in Venezuela. However, the man who's now in leadership position, Maduro, has not been endorsed by lots of world leaders, right, including the U.S., to say, they're saying, the U.S. is saying he did not win, right? It was someone else. And so we're looking at the dynamics of the Hispanic vote, and now we have to wait and see what President Trump does on that. Also want to point out something completely different, not having to do with immigration, because Puerto Rico is a Commonwealth of the United States. But Errol, I was with you 4 years ago when we did this coverage for the then Biden administration, and I'm bringing it up again. Puerto Rico, the folks on the island, cannot vote for a president of the United States. However, they can serve in the military. And so the question begs asking, will Puerto Rico have the chance to possibly become the 51st state? I bring this up because the newly sworn in governor of Puerto Rico, Jennifer Gonzalez, she identifies as a Republican. So could we see now the wheels turning, with the new administration in place? So many things that we're watching very closely, of course.
Okay, very good. Let's go back to our Daniel Grimes in the Capital One Center, where I believe Elon Musk is speaking, one of the new power players in the Washington scene that we have to pay attention to.
Yeah, Errol, you cut away just too quickly last time. I heard a roarous applause. I turned around and I said, what is that? It was Elon Musk coming to the stage. He's still there. So you're probably going to hear a loud applause. Yeah, you can probably hear it right now. Actually, I'll step out of frame. You can see him exit stage there, and you can see people on their feet. And in fact, I will say this. I think that Elon Musk's speech was actually more inspiring and uplifting than what we heard from President Donald Trump. In fact, you heard President Trump really talk about campaign issues like closing the border. I'm going to cut myself off because they just introduced Kash Patel to the stage. You heard the applause there. But what we heard from Elon Musk was him saying we're going to take DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, to Mars. Of course, Elon Musk is going to have an office in Eisenhower Building. That Eisenhower Building is right next to the White House. And so you expect him to have a lot of influence over President Donald Trump. He also said, you Americans need to wake up to things that inspire you. I'm looking forward to the next 4 years because you're going to wake up to a country that you're proud of. So it really was, I think, a more unifying speech than even what we heard from the President, Errol.
All right, thanks very much. Kash Patel has been nominated to lead the FBI. He's speaking right now. Let's listen.
We have been given a gift by God today. We have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world.
Okay, that is Kash Patel, the nominee to become the leader of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And I want to bring in our Josh Robin. Josh, in the wake, it was one of the Watergate reforms. Ever since the 1970s, FBI directors have served 10-year terms, specifically longer than even a re-elected president can control them. And they have to be, of course, approved by the Senate and so forth, and they can only be removed for cause. The idea is to separate them from politics, but what we just heard was a pretty political speech from the guy who wants this job.
Justice, we are the land. Under Donald J. Trump,
I was just doing a search to see if this is precedented, if this has happened before, and I couldn't find any example. I was looking back all the way to Janet Reno, who was under Bill Clinton. I don't recall, and Errol, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I really don't think I am, that any FBI director nominee has made this kind of address. And it's not the first one from Kash Patel. I mean, as Taylor, our colleague, pointed out, Kash Patel wrote a children's book where Donald Trump is really a king, a sovereign. Look, he has a compelling story, no doubt, but it is the role of an FBI director to be nonpartisan, or as nonpartisan as possible. As you mentioned, those reforms came in after Watergate, but Donald Trump has a history of leaning on his people who are in charge of the FBI. As of right now, or just a few weeks ago, Christopher Wray, who he appointed to that position, ended up resigning because Donald Trump indicated that he was going to fire him. Additionally, James Comey, a figure that people will remember from about 10 years ago or so, or 8 years ago, he was the FBI director, and he says that Trump had asked him for his loyalty and asked him to stop an investigation into a close Trump ally, Michael Flynn, and Comey refused, and then Comey ended up getting fired. So there are all of these norm-breaking things that are going to repeat, by all accounts, in the second Trump administration. Kash Patel is one of them. There are people who have problems with Kash Patel because of these very issues, Errol, but I don't know if that's going to extend in a bipartisan way, and you need to have at least a handful of Republicans who have those same concerns that presumably Democrats will have and not accept his nomination. Otherwise, Kash Patel is going to be the FBI director. He's presumably going to be looking into anything that happens in a presidential administration, just like any FBI director would under any kind of administration. And that kind of just nakedly partisan speech there, to say nothing of what he has said previously, is going to have many people concerned. We'll have to see, though, whether Congress, which is supposed to be the oversight of all of this, has enough teeth and courage to look into any malfeasance, if, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if that occurs.
Yeah, highly unusual. As you alluded to, Josh, there are attorneys general who technically oversees, at least in part, the FBI, and sometimes those are political people. That is kind of the norm. But the FBI director themselves is normally somebody who's just completely outside of politics, and I cannot. And my memory goes all the way back to J. Edgar Hoover. I cannot remember an FBI director ever making a political speech of that kind, either before or after getting that role. So we are in uncharted territory there. I'm going to go to our colleague Harry Lee, who is standing by and has been speaking with at least one Trump supporter. And this, of course, is a very happy day for those people. Harry, are you there?
I am here, and as you mentioned, it's a happy day, but it does look a lot different than what a lot of attendees had planned on. More than 220,000 people originally got tickets to watch the inauguration in person on the Mall. After that was canceled, those people are now out and about the city because they closed the mall altogether, even taking away the Jumbotron. So there was no central place for them to go other than the Capital One Arena, but that only held about 20,000 people. So we're talking about 200,000 people just watching the event somewhere else. And right now joining me are two brothers from Oklahoma, Todd and Travis, two of those people. Thanks for talking with us, guys.
Hi, of course.
So what brought you all the way up here from Oklahoma?
We wanted to support our country and support Donald Trump. I mean, what a great day this is. We're taking America back. He's back. Right? I mean, look at all these things he's doing right off the bat. It's so exciting to be here, exciting to be in D.C. Here's the thing. They're trying to take our happiness by death threats and all these things where we can't go and observe our president in this inauguration. It's not because of weather, guys. We're all out here. It's because of other things. So.
Well, in any case, I mean, are you sad that you had to watch it? You said in a restaurant?
Sad. Yeah, we watched it in a restaurant. But you know what? We were around another 20 or 30 other proud patriots, and we had a great time. So
great
you know
experience.
What? You're not going to take it away from us, right? We're still here. We're still celebrating. We're having a great time.
All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, and have a good rest of your day.
All right,
Stay
thanks,
warm.
Harry. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So there you have it, and there's still people milling around, but a lot of people did go home after the ceremony itself, as there is no access to the mall.
Okay, it is tough at these big events to find out that you're not going to get to go where you thought you were going to go. Let me go back to Aaron, who's been following the events in the Senate, where I believe, because they're in session, they're going to be casting some votes later this afternoon.
Right, that's right, Errol. We're expecting that there may be a vote to move on Pete Hegseth, who is their controversial pick for the Department of Defense. He is a former Fox News host who also served as an Army National Guard major, and he faced some sharp questioning last week when he was on the Hill, along with several other people that were questioned as part of this whole process, this confirmation process. He told the senators that questioned him he's not a perfect person, and he maintains that he was the victim of a anonymous smear campaign. He's been facing allegations of financial and sexual misconduct. He has denied those claims, and President Trump has stood by him. In fact, yesterday he accompanied President Trump to Arlington National Cemetery, where Trump participated in a wreath-laying ceremony. So he has been close with the president and been staying with him. But there are other people that have not had their hearings yet. We're still waiting to see how that all shakes out. Another controversial pick is Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence. She has not had her hearing yet. She's a Democrat turned Republican, former Hawaii Congresswoman. RFK Jr. for Health and Human Services Secretary, former independent presidential candidate, and a vaccine skeptic. You can imagine that there will be some pushback from some of those senators on both sides of the aisle as we watch what happens in the next couple of days here, Errol.
So, you know, Aaron, when it came to the Hegseth nomination, during the hearing, there was a lot of talk about these allegations of intoxication and improper activity with some of his colleagues and so forth. But what about the core issue of just like raw competency? I mean, this is a multi-billion dollar, multi-million person organization, and Pete Hegseth has never managed anything remotely the size of a government agency.
Yeah, obviously leading the Pentagon is a huge undertaking. I believe, he was conveying himself as somebody that sort of has that boots on the ground experience, having deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq. He has opposed women serving in combat, but appears to have reversed his stance in some of the questioning when he was appearing before senators last week. And one thing that's in his favor is that he appears to have the support of Republican Senator Joni Ernst, Republican senator from Iowa, who initially was looking like she might be opposing him. And so if she's backing him, that is a good sign for him. And again, we are hearing that there may be a vote on voting him out of committee to the full floor as soon as today. And then as well, we're also hearing that Florida Senator Marco Rubio, who is President Trump's pick for Secretary of State, is also expected to be confirmed as soon as today.
Okay, and then some of the other ones, the more controversial ones that you've suggested, like Tulsi Gabbard or like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., have those been scheduled? Do we know when we're going to hear about those, or like, say, a Kash Patel?
We don't know that yet, no. And as you just heard Kash Patel speaking there at the event at the Capital One Arena, he's a Trump loyalist, previously worked for him. He will be replacing Christopher Wray. And one thing that he's been really controversial about is that he has echoed those false claims from President Trump when President Trump claims that he did not lose the 2020 election, and also claiming that he will use the FBI to go after President Trump's political enemies. So we'll see what happens there. But he talked to the crowd there today saying that our future is bright. He's talking about going after the issue of fentanyl. Obviously, that is a huge issue in this country. Close to 100,000 people died of fentanyl in the last year. One thing that I'll note, though, the Biden administration just last month celebrated what it called the most significant progress in the opioid crisis in U.S. history. Drug overdose deaths dropping 17% in the year ending this last July. That's according to preliminary CDC figures. But anybody you talk to in America today will tell you that the overdose crisis is a huge issue and it needs to get under control. We'll just have to see what happens with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Erin Kelly. Let's go to Taylor Popolars, who is one of our reporters keeping track of all of this. And I guess we never thought they were going to necessarily stay on track. It was a very ambitious agenda that we saw announced for today. But what are we expecting to see for the rest of today?
Yeah, they're a little behind schedule, Errol. The president and vice president are still inside the Capitol building for that bipartisan luncheon, inaugural luncheon. But we just received a pool report from the traveling press pool that's following Trump, and it says they've been holding, but what will happen next is what's called the review of troops, where the president, who of course is the commander-in-chief, in theory should step outside of the Capitol building and essentially review some representations of each branch of the military, because they will now be leading, or Trump will now be leading those branches of the military. So we're not sure how it will be altered given the cold weather, but we believe that Trump will take part in that before he travels from the Capitol Hill complex to Capital One Arena, where our colleague Daniel is, for that kind of rally part 2, which will be the indoor inaugural parade that was changed due to the weather. But we know this lunch has been going on, and from the reporters who are positioned inside the statuary hall and kind of the rotunda area of the Capitol, they've been able to snap some photos and give us an idea of who's talking to each other. And you have some really interesting figures. A lot of the cabinet nominees that Aaron was just speaking about, they're conversing with members of Congress from both parties. There are incoming administration officials who are having conversations with maybe some Democrats they wouldn't normally interact with. There are Supreme Court justices floating around, as well as some of the prominent billionaire guests who have been attending the inauguration, like Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta. So it's, interesting, and we wish we could be more of a fly on the wall for those types of conversations. But after this lunch, that's largely one of the final, more private, off-camera events that will take place today. We expect that military review before Trump goes to Capital One Arena, before he goes back to the White House for his first time as president for the second time. And then we expect him to attend these inaugural balls later tonight. So there's a lot to keep track of and a lot of key figures bouncing around, because as we just saw a bit earlier, you have Elon Musk, who's become arguably one of the most influential aides to President Trump, already over at Capital One Arena, speaking to the crowd there, talking about his efforts and how he's going to work alongside Trump, in addition to people like Kash Patel, the FBI nominee. So lots of moving pieces, but we're trying to keep track of it all. We also expect Trump to sign more of those executive orders in the hours ahead.
And Taylor, I see you wearing a sweater there, and I know you have lived and worked all over the country. For our viewers who don't necessarily get to Washington very often, is this just kind of a cold day, or is this like seriously, dangerously cold?
For DC standards, it's really cold. The feels like temperature, at least according to my phone, is 15 degrees. DC has its fair share of winter weather, but it's usually in the 30s, maybe 40s, and maybe it snows once or twice this season. And we've had a couple of weeks of kind of bone-chilling temperatures and a good amount of snow. Now, I started my reporting career in South Bend, Indiana, and people in the upper Midwest would laugh at us here. I'm a bit of a wimp now that I have to wear a sweater even when I'm inside, but it is cold here. And even Vice President Vance commented shortly after the inaugural ceremony that he went outside briefly to see off former President Biden and former Vice President Harris, and he said, thank God we had the inaugural ceremony inside because it was so cold. But from our colleagues who are out in the field to all the law enforcement officials who are helping keep the city or the district safe, there are a lot of people still outside, and it's freezing there. And as Daniel mentioned, there are a lot of people who wanted to get inside Capital One Arena for that indoor inaugural parade but didn't make it. I was there yesterday and saw a ton of people outside waiting. It did snow again briefly, so this is largely unusual winter weather here in the district, and it's definitely had an impact on things, but the Trump team still seems pretty happy with how things are going.
Okay, thanks for that, Taylor. Let's go to the White House, to where Reuben Jones is, and we're going to see the president do the military review, or some abbreviated version of it, which is a reminder that he's not just the commander-in-chief, but he's a commander-in-chief who served in this role before and was often at odds with his senior military leadership. What was that about, and are things likely to be different this time?
Yeah, I mean, very much, Errol. The relationship between Trump and the military had been fractured, to say the least, and we saw that play out with Biden and once Trump's Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman, Mark Milley. President Joe Biden, former President Joe Biden, issued a pardon for him before he left, concerned about what Trump might do, and so a lot of tension there with the military. We did see Donald Trump visit Arlington Cemetery this past week and pay his respects there. But it will be interesting to see what his relationship will be like, especially as we talk about his new pick for the Pentagon and other key positions. Talking a little bit more logistics here, Errol, I did see my good friend Taylor there with his nice sweater on. I can also attest it is cold outside, just as it may be inside as well, as we try and stay warm here with our little heaters. About 25 degrees or so, with a much more of a wind chill, but not too bad. But why this is significant is that the District of Columbia, as well as the inaugural committee, the federal government, put a lot of time, put a lot of money into putting this outdoor parade on that we tend to think of with the inauguration, including right outside of the White House here, where there are these grandstands and, from what I understand to be, heated indoor structures that the president was going to be standing at alongside of the military leaders to watch this parade as it came and passed in front of the White House. From our understanding, that will no longer occur. There are media that are situated on top of that get kind of this aerial view of the White House. It's a nice video perspective. But another example of sort of all the work that went into this outdoor festivities that will no longer occur. You know, Errol, just to go back to a few things you were saying in the past, we were talking a little bit about what may happen with Joe Biden next. We know that he is going to be going to California to spend some time out there, yes, in the warmth, but also remember he just became a great-grandfather as well. He is a man, of course, of his family. And then when you talk about what might be next for him, he is leaving the White House as not a young man, 81, 82 years old, and so he's not going to be able to build that reputation post-presidency that like a Jimmy Carter did when he developed a reputation as traveling around the world as a humanitarian. But what we do expect Joe Biden will likely do is write a book and try and shape his legacy, a legacy that obviously has been very challenged of recent, approval numbers not where he would like them to be. And when you think back on his presidency, yes, it's marked by a lot of legislation, including the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS legislation, and much more. And you talk about some of the challenges that he's had, everything from inflation and the border. But I go back to one thing that was key to what he ran on, which was trying to restore a sense of normalcy in the country. He did that when it came to the COVID pandemic. People aren't wearing masks as much as they used to. We're out of the pandemic. But what he was not able to do was restore a sense of normalcy and a sense of sort of people coming together. Arguably, we are at a much more fractured time, or just as fractured time as we were when he took office to today.
Thank you for that, Ruben. I want to talk to my colleague, Ayanna Harry. One of the pardons in the closing hours of the Biden presidency that's really going to get some attention, especially for people above a certain age, is Leonard Peltier, who was a Native American activist who's been in prison for decades.
50 years.
I was shocked when I saw that. You know, it's been one of these causes that I've heard about since the 1970s. But tell us a little bit about that and why it's likely to cause some controversy.
Yeah, in the final minutes of Joe Biden's presidency, he commuted the life sentence of Leonard Peltier. And Peltier was convicted in the killings of 2 FBI agents back in 1975 during a standoff at the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And so Leonard Peltier's children said that they were surprised and really shocked that this is coming at the very, end of Joe Biden's presidency. And so Leonard Peltier, he will now be able to spend the rest of his life sentence at home as opposed to being imprisoned. He is in failing health right now. now. He is dealing with partial blindness and other effects from having several COVID bouts. But he was considered really a well-known Native American rights activist and someone who was known as believing in his cause. And many people, some people, viewed him as a political prisoner. So it is interesting that in one of his final acts as president, Joe Biden has said that Leonard Peltier can now be released and go back to spend the rest of his sentence in home confinement and not in federal prison.
Right. So in effect, it's not ending the sentence.
Correct.
It's just saying that he's about to die. He'll do that at home and not in prison after having served 50 years. But, you know, it was startling, again, for those of us who remember this case, to see this was a shootout on the Pine Ridge Reservation where 2 FBI agents were killed. He was convicted of murder, sentenced to 2 life sentences. Many of us just figured he was never going to see the light of day.
Yes, but he's always had supporters, and those supporters spent a lot of time lobbying the White House for this moment. And again, it's clear and it's important to note that President Joe Biden is not pardoning him for the killing of these 2 FBI agents. That still stands, but he will be able to go home and spend out. He's 80 years old now, and again, in failing health. He'll be able to spend out the rest of his sentence at home. And this is just one of the several pardons and commutations that we've been watching from Joe Biden in recent days. We know that he gave out preemptive pardons earlier today for his siblings, members of the January 6th Congressional Committee, as well as Dr. Anthony Fauci, who was really the face of the early COVID-19 response here in the United States of America. President Joe Biden issuing these preemptive pardons because he does not want them to become politically prosecuted under the Trump presidency.
Yeah, ironically, he may have done the incoming Trump administration a favor by just draining those issues out of our politics, at least for now. Karina Campabianca is outside the Capital One Arena, where this afternoon's events are going to be happening, and a big rally is already underway. What are you seeing out there? I believe, Karina, that there are a couple of 100,000 people who thought that they were going to be watching from the mall and are kind of milling around. Is that who's kind of gravitating to the center there?
Yeah, that's right. Earlier this morning, we saw thousands of people in line here trying to get a spot into the Capital One Arena. And, you know, there's a lot of vendors out here as well selling all sorts of Trump merch, you know, flags, hats, buttons, you name it. But a lot of people are still behind me here because this is an area where some of the cars of prominent conservative figures are driving through. We saw Charlie Kirk come through before, so we'll have to stay tuned to see how the parade goes. There's supposed to be thousands of people participating in the parade with military bands and such, so it'll be interesting to see how it takes place indoors rather than the outside parade that, you know, usually takes place along Pennsylvania Avenue. Back to you, Errol.
Yeah, that's right, Karina. I mean, administrations come and go. The T-shirt vendors are undefeated and immovable. They are always there. Is there an air of celebration? I think the last time I was there on a day like this was when the Obama administration came to town, and people were just pretty happy about it.
Yeah, that's definitely the sense that I get here. Obviously, everyone's very cold with these temperatures right now, feeling like 15 degrees, but I think Trump supporters are just happy to be in town, whether they got into the arena or not. I'm sure it was disappointing for some people, though, but, you know, general sense of excitement here in the air in this location.
All right. Thank you for that, Karina. Let's go back to Texas, to McAllen, Texas, where John Salazar, our border reporter, is standing by. And that there were a number of pretty big promises that were made during the campaign that the president alluded to today in his inaugural speech, that he's planning not just to, well, he declared a state of emergency. Let's start there. In practical terms, what does that mean?
Well, that means it's going to give him like a war powers, basically, to do what he wants on the southern border when it comes to illegal migration. He made that big proclamation at the top of his inaugural speech, saying that he would issue a national emergency. He would also make an executive order on the Alien Enemies Act. So this is going to give President Trump, wartime powers that we have not seen since World War II. He's already promised that he would send troops down to the border to watch for illegal immigration, even though the numbers in the last year have gone down to numbers that we've not seen in 4 years. In June, we saw President Biden take executive action on what many people call an asylum ban, and the numbers continued to plummet. So 1 year ago, we saw the numbers begin to slow down, and then they radically slowed down in June after Biden signed that executive order. But we do know that President Trump has made all kinds of promises when it comes to the southern border on immigration. He wants to end asylum. He wants to end birthright citizenship. He wants to continue with construction of the southern wall, which Texas is doing right here in the Lone Star State, not that far from where I'm sitting here, Errol. And one more thing, about 15 minutes from the studio that I'm at right now is that 1,400-acre ranch that the Texas Land Office has promised to give to the Trump administration to be a detention holding facility for those mass deportations that Donald Trump has been promising for greater than a year. So at the top of his speech, national emergency, the Alien Enemies Act, and he wants to be very heavy-handed, hardline immigration policies on the southern border. Just today, I'm checking the federal government's website, their Customs Border Protection, the CBP One app. That has allowed some 900,000 asylum seekers and migrants legal, safe, and orderly entry into the U.S. That has been shut down. It's no longer on the website, and there are about 35,000 people who have appointments in Mexico with their paperwork in hand, with their CBP One app appointment saying they can come in. But according to the website, that process that was safe and orderly during the Biden administration is done, and we can expect to see more of these executive orders transpire in the next few days.
Well, I don't want to read too much into what you're saying, so you should clarify this for me, John. If there's not a safe and orderly method, it sounds like there will be an unsafe and disorderly method. That people who walked through the Darien Gap, who walked through a jungle and fought off cartels and kidnappers and all kinds of dangers to get to the border, are not going to stop just because they don't have an app, right?
No, and the first time that President Trump in his first term shut down the border back in 2018, we just saw a bottleneck effect of humanity, of people that were trying to come in, raise their hand at ports of entry and say, I need asylum because I'm leaving, a very, very bad place, whether it be in Venezuela or in Africa. Now we're seeing, some Russians who are showing up on the southern border who do not want to fight in the Ukraine war under Putin's leadership. We're seeing a lot of people showing up. And so when President Trump closed that border down, issued the Remain in Mexico order, and then used Title 42 to stop all people from coming in, it created a humanitarian crisis not that far from where I'm sitting. We saw these shelters and churches fill up with people, and they were stuck living in these terrible conditions that me and my colleagues who work the border were able to survey. We were able to broadcast and show the misery of these people who were living in tents that, by all international standard and federal standard, could have a right to go before an immigration judge. And that rug just got pulled out from underneath them. And we're going to see those days return in the very next, in the very near future, Errol. So change is coming hard and fast down on the southern border.
All right. Thank you for that, John. Let's go to our Kevin Fry. He's inside the Capitol and follows legislative events for the Trump agenda beyond immigration, but certainly including immigration. To move forward, he's going to need a lot of help from Congress. Today's a day for celebration. Everything's going to be pretty smooth today. But then what happens when the sun comes up tomorrow?
The work in theory gets underway, and I mean, ironically enough, Donald Trump almost highlighted the issues that he is going to run into here on Capitol Hill when he was giving his remarks in that secondary location here on Capitol Hill, the overflow room, where he joked that, Speaker Johnson, we only gave them a small margin, a majority in the House to begin with, and then I decided to take a few and add them to my administration, that including Mike Waltz for National Intelligence, and then Elise Stefanik to serve as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. That one still needs to be officially confirmed by the Senate. But then you take out two more individuals, the margin is paper thin. Essentially, Republicans cannot afford to lose a single vote, or the bill will go crashing down if they want to pass something on a party line vote. And so, I mean, there are kind of two different thrusts here that Trump and Republicans are looking to engage on. One is immigration changes and also immigration-related spending on the southern border, and then also at the same time is trying to extend a lot of those tax cuts that Trump enacted back in 2017 during his first term. Many of the personal tax cuts are set to expire at the end of the year, which could lead to a massive tax increase for many Americans if Republicans aren't able to work on that. So these are these two prongs that they're trying to figure out how to approach. There is, and this is all internal procedure, but it is part of the process here, is there the idea to go with one giant bill, one big beautiful bill as Trump likes to call it, or go with two different bills, two basically bites at the apple. You have to build the coalition of Republicans. Can Trump whip them all into shape? That remains an outstanding question. Oh yeah, and there's one other thing that needs to be top of mind for lawmakers, because the deadline is fast approaching, and that is raising the debt limit to avoid default. One of the things we have seen over the last 2 years with Republicans in charge of the House and Biden in charge in the White House is the Democrats in the minority on Capitol Hill in the U.S. House have often served as essentially the majority makers. They have come in to help pass these key pieces of legislation, like keeping the government open. They might be called on again to help avoid a default, in which case you can expect the Democrats are going to ask for something in return.
Absolutely. The horse trading begins tomorrow. Thanks very much, Kevin. I want to go out to Wisconsin to Jason Fechner in Milwaukee. And one thing we did not hear very much about in the inaugural address today, Jason, was the economy. Many of the problems with the economy, or the shortcomings, the inflation and so forth, was all pinned on certainly the Democrats and the Biden administration, and to a secondary degree maybe on illegal immigration. But beyond that, there aren't a lot of policies that I'm waiting to hear about that were supposed to directly address that. What's your sense of that?
Well, Errol, Trump got to that a little bit in that address to Republican supporters after his speech in the rotunda there, saying that a lot of people had told him that inflation was the big issue, but he instead really went with immigration, of course, and getting gang leaders, et cetera, out of this country. And obviously, we'll wait and see what the executive orders have to say about dealing with immigration, dealing with these potential mass deportations across the country. But you're right, he didn't really get into the brass tacks of how he's going to handle inflation. And a few weeks ago, of course, he had initially talked on the campaign trail that he would bring prices down on everything immediately. And then a few weeks ago in interviews, he said, well, that's actually kind of hard to do when we're talking about grocery prices and gas prices out there. Now, he did touch on energy earlier today and said that we're going to drill, baby, drill, and obviously increasing supply of oil and reserves out there should potentially bring those gas prices lower. But as we talked about throughout the course of the campaign, this is something that Americans see each and every day as they're driving to work, taking their kids to school, etc. They see what the price of gas is out there all the time. So obviously, starting tomorrow and the days and weeks ahead, they'll continue to watch what those gas prices are. They'll watch what their energy bill is month to month, especially right now, like here in Milwaukee, where it feels like 15 below out there. A lot of the utility bills right now, so far this month, are going through the roof, and that will likely continue over the next few months out there. Can Trump bring those energy prices lower? Can he bring the price of food lower? Eggs, of course, a shortage out there across the country. So those are the things that I think really resonated for a lot of Americans out there. And we saw those poll numbers here in the battleground state of Wisconsin that, yes, immigration was a key issue for voters going to the polls in November, but so too was inflation and dealing with those higher prices and interest rates out there. And those are the prices that Americans deal with at that kitchen table each and every night. So as you mentioned there, he's talked about lowering those immediately, getting everyone together on board, talking about tariffs, of course, and what that could potentially do in his administration's eyes to bring those prices lower. But I think as you talk about how his success will be viewed over the first 100 days now, a lot of Americans will be watching those bills, watching those prices. Can he hold true to those promises to drop those prices and drop them fast, Errol?
Okay, thank you for that, Jason. The congressional luncheon is wrapping up, or the food portion of it is. Amy Klobuchar, who is the co-chair of the congressional committee, the joint committee that hosts these inaugural ceremonies, is at the podium, or was at the podium just a minute ago. They're going to get underway in just a minute, and we will bring that to you live, of course. When it comes to the rest of the day, these are some more of the ceremonial conversations that are also going to include actual actions that will be signed by the new president. Let's listen. This is Steve Scalise.
We all come here to celebrate what is a great tradition in the United States, and that is the peaceful transfer of power. And when President Trump spoke over in the beautiful rotunda, wonderful that it was indoors, Mr. President, because I don't think the crowd would have wanted to be in the 20s or below. But one of the things President Trump said that I thought was the most touching, he said, in America, the impossible is what we do best. And I think that epitomizes the spirit when you think about this room, this statuary hall, and you look at some of the statues. Thomas Edison, he did the impossible. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if Elon's still here. Elon does some of those things himself. But you look at somebody like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America. Like so many men and women before him in our nation's history, Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation. Out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fischer. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir. Actually, many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha, is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. Here, here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you, but I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him. Caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
President and Vice President getting ready to leave the inaugural luncheon. A number of gifts were exchanged, all of this guided by tradition. Some of those traditions are very old, some not so old. Some are only a few decades old. But by tradition, the gifts are presented to the President and Vice President. Vases, Lennox crystal vases, inaugural photos, the official photo of them being sworn in a little earlier today. They're continuing to chat a little bit, and then they're going to leave and go to the next event. Let me bring in our Holly Gregory, who's been watching all of this alongside of us. And Holly, 4 short years ago, Democrats had unified control of the White House, the Senate, and the House. 48 months later, the script has flipped. Where do Democrats go now?
I think they are asking themselves that very question. What do they do now? You think about President Biden. When he took office, he said he was going to be a bridge to the next generation. Presumably the next generation of his party is what he meant. But instead he became a bridge just between Trump administrations. So I think the Democratic Party is grappling with where do we go now? And here's a really important statistic from this election. The electorate flipped. The parties flipped when it came to working class voters. People who make $100,000 or more, they voted, the majority of them, for Democrats. Republicans got the majority, Trump got the majority of voters who make $100,000 or less. Working class voters voted for Donald Trump, and that's a total reversal of the roles. And that's a big problem for Democrats, because guess where the majority of the voters are? So now they have to grapple with, where do we go from here? Do we leave Democrat progressive policies behind? Do we tack to the center and become more populist? Do we start focusing more again, less on identity politics and more on kitchen table issues? And I think you may have an answer to this to a degree if you look to the most purple state in the nation, which is arguably Pennsylvania. And there you have Senator John Fetterman. I think he saw the writing on the wall before this election. I think he was dropping as many hints as he could prior to the election that he saw what was happening in Pennsylvania, talking about how strong Trump was there. And we have seen him go down to Mar-a-Lago, at least be willing to talk to the president. He has, signed on to this Laken-Riley Act, which is likely to be the first law that President Trump is going to sign. That is the law named after the young woman who was killed by a man from Venezuela who was in the country illegally. And what that law will do is, if you're in this country illegally and you commit a minor crime like theft or burglary, as this particular suspect did, you don't just get released, you will get deported. And John Fetterman, a Democrat, has signed on to that. But, I think that's where the party is at right now. And we watch these traditions and we watch the coming together of the parties. And it's, there's a reason behind these ceremonies and these traditions, is to say, yeah, we've got parties, we've got disagreements, but at the end of the day, we're all Americans. But the Democratic Party has got to look now and say, what do we do the next election? Because we cannot afford to continue to slip with working class voters like they did this time around. That's where the voters are, Errol, and they've got to, that's how democracy works. You've got to address the concerns of the voters if you want to be in office.
Let me bring in our Kevin Fry, because I know you've been talking with a number of Democratic leaders, including Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader in the House of Representatives. What's your sense of this question? Are they planning for massive resistance or some level of cooperation? Are they going to adjust their party platform? What do you think?
Right. So look, there are two real key figures to keep an eye on over the next essentially 2 years before we really get into the next presidential cycle, and that is Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, top Democrat in the House, and Senator Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate. Effectively, they are kind of the face of the Democratic Party, whether they want that title or not, for the next 2 years. How far this resistance movement goes and what it looks like remains a bit unclear. One thing I will emphasize, though, is just a few weeks ago, shortly after Trump was reelected, elected. At his weekly press conference, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries was asked about something that Trump had tweeted or pushed out on his social media platform, and his response was essentially this: I'm not going to engage with every, to use his words, essentially crazy thing that the president-elect decides to put out there on social media. I'm not going to spend every single day engaging with every single thing he says. Which is arguably a bit different than the approach the Democrats took the second time around. Now, whether or not he'll have that luxury remains to be seen, because reporters on Capitol Hill are going to revert to what they did 4 years ago, which was essentially running around asking lawmakers every single day about every single thing that Trump is putting out on social media, kind of deluging the public with information so you kind of lose track of exactly what's happening and what the White House is up to. That's going to be one aspect, it seems, of the Democratic approach, which is try to rise above kind of the chaos and focus in on a message. What is that message going to be? You're already getting a sense of that, particularly in some of what Schumer and Jeffries are saying, especially in response to some of those initial things that Trump has floated, like purchasing the Panama Canal, invading Greenland, that sort of things. Jeffries just the other week essentially saying, that's not why we're here. We're here, according to this most recent election, to try to lower prices for folks, to make the middle class affordable, to make the American dream possible. That seems to be the main takeaway they have taken from the 2024 election, is that consumer issues, economic issues, a little bit of the border, those are all kind of the meat and potatoes that voters want lawmakers to latch onto. And so if they can show that Republicans are distracted in doing all these other things and they can focus on those sorts of issues, they believe that seemingly is part of the path forward. Democrats have been meeting behind closed doors over the last several months, kind of having listening sessions, as Jeffries is wanting to do, with members to get a sense of what worked and what didn't work. This seems to be one of the things that they're lashing onto.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Kevin, because the House outcome is very different than what happened in the presidential contest, right? When you're talking about the Electoral College, either you win a state or you don't, right? You get a majority in Pennsylvania or you don't. It looks very different when you start breaking it out, 750,000 odd voters at a time in the congressional races.
And part of that is because of the way that these districts have been reshaped over the last several years because of gerrymandering and so forth. But at the end of the day, if you look at Trump 8 years ago when he entered into office, it was a much larger margin that Republicans controlled the House by. This go around, it's really only a handful, 1, 2, 3 seats, depending on who's in attendance on any given day. And Jeffries and other Democrats have made the point that this is not this mandate that Trump keeps talking about. That's not exactly what happened in this election. Now, can they find a few seats to flip that will get them back into the majority in 2 years, and then they could pursue accountability, which is what they're hoping to do with the Trump administration going forward? We shall see. The other thing I will invoke is what we were talking about just a little bit ago, is that because of the slim margins in the House and because of the Republican propensity to not necessarily be able to do the basic functions of governing, like pass a budget, Democrats are going to be dragged into this to just get basic functions of government done in all likelihood, unless Trump is able to really force his will on this very slim Republican majority.
Okay, thank you for that, Kevin. And Josh, Robin, let me ask you this. What will success look like for this incoming Trump administration? What are look, they're not necessarily going to get Greenland. They're not necessarily going to make Canada part of the United States. It's not clear whether those are serious proposals that are going to get a lot of time and attention in the first place. But what would be something that they've really kind of are going to have to accomplish in this first couple of years?
It'll be difficult, but my sense is that they would see successes if you ask them and drill down to it as getting the border under control, perhaps getting a comprehensive immigration deal done, because these executive orders could be overturned by courts. So if there's a comprehensive deal when the administration is controlled by Republicans and Congress is controlled by Republicans, that's one thing. Number two is I think that they realize, many Republicans Republicans do, that debt and American spending has to be brought under control. That's something that has been a real problem under both administrations. I would say actually particularly under the Trump administration. So spending has to be brought down. And additionally, I think that they would want to see, and this is more hard to define, a sense of pride being brought back into this country. As he talked about in the first speech that he made, I think that the president wants to have people believe that this is an exceptional country, that this shouldn't be an apologetic country, that this shouldn't be a morally relative country. So I think that is more of the nebulous parts of it. The problem has, and this is dovetailing to what you were talking about earlier with Kevin and Holly, I think that the Democrats are going to really zero in on the economy more than anything. Old habits will be hard to break, but my sense is that they're really going to turn to the economy, and they're going to see that if these tax cuts that the president ushered in his first term are renewed, that analysis shows that the benefits to it, about half of the benefits, flow to the top 5% of the population. And additionally, I think they're going to tie that to the president enriching himself personally. We didn't talk about this. The president and the first lady just launched a crypto meme days before the inauguration, hours before the inauguration, that on paper has netted them billions of dollars. They're going to tie that to, as what the outgoing president, Joe Biden, said, the former president, about this oligarchy, the closeness to the richest people in this country. That could be, those economic populist issues could be very powerful for the Democrats. So we'll see. It's starting now. It's starting on a pretty good mark bipartisan-wise. It's certainly better than it was 4 years ago, but old habits die hard for Donald Trump. And I think that there's going to be a preview of the administration, kind of the chaos of the administration, if he goes off script like he did in that second address, and it starts to trickle down into actual policy decisions, Errol.
Okay. Just as you were talking, Josh, Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, talking with Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. Those are the kind of folks who are kind of milling around watching a lot of this stuff. I want to go over, well, there's Mark Zuckerberg of Meta. All of the oligarchs there, all of the tech bigwigs are there. I wanted to bring in our Ayanna Harry because there's some unfinished business in some ways that may play a role in this administration, which is the legal cases against Donald Trump. You sat in on a lot of those cases, and clearly he's not past that. If you listen to what he says and how he says it, we got a little bit of a taste of it today, but where do you think things go from here?
Errol, just 10 days ago, I was sitting in a Manhattan courtroom when Donald Trump was sentenced in his Manhattan criminal case. The judge in that case, Juan Merchan, sentenced Donald Trump to an unconditional discharge, not because that's what he felt Donald Trump deserved in the case, but out of respect for the presidency. Donald Trump faced several cases throughout the country, but most notably the cases in New York. Many of them have been able to go forward and even reach a conclusion before this moment of inauguration. So the Manhattan hush money case is completely concluded. Donald Trump has been sentenced. He does now have some time to file a notice of appeal. Also, remember, there's a civil fraud case which the New York State Attorney General won against Donald Trump and his businesses. Trump owes nearly $500 million in that case. He is now appealing it. And Donald Trump also owes money in 2 defamation lawsuits that were filed by the writer E. Jean Carroll. The first case, there was a $5 million verdict, which Trump unsuccessfully appealed. The second case is there was still an $83 million verdict, Darrell.
Okay. I didn't know you could do this kind of a thing indoors, but the military review is happening inside the Capital One Center, it looks like. Let's listen in. Oh, there you are. This is the Visitors Center of the U.S. Capitol. The military review is normally done in the form of a parade outdoors, but everything's been brought inside, and that's why you're watching them indoors, representatives of each branch of the armed forces. Troops standing at ease as the Commander-in-Chief prepares to enter for a formal review of the armed forces. They're just leaving the ceremonial, or the traditional lunch. Again, this is normally done outside in the form of a parade with massively more military people than what you see here. This is a representative sample, things put together at a smaller indoor level, just due to the very cold weather in Washington, D.C. As we're waiting for the military review to take place, I'm here with Ayanna Harry, and this has been for, I think, a lot of people, maybe their first time watching an inauguration. What should a first-time viewer be taking away from all of this?
I think one is the bipartisanship that we've seen throughout the day. Although Donald Trump is clearly a Republican and the leader of the Republican Party, we see very prominent and powerful Democrats participating in today in all of the ceremonies, and much of what we see take place throughout the day. The actual inauguration itself only takes place for a few minutes, but there are just so many events, from the luncheon with congressional leaders to some of the several balls that we'll see later today. So the inauguration is really a day filled with events, and a lot of it is built on tradition. Some of these traditions date back over 100 years.
Yeah, it is striking to see these folks in uniform, many of them with what they call the fruit salad, right? Meaning they've got tons and tons of decorations and awards, each of which representing a skill that was achieved, an accomplishment, a battle. These are the people who keep us safe, and they present themselves exactly that way.
And Donald Trump is once again the Commander-in-Chief for the United States of America, and he is taking over as Commander-in-Chief during a very different landscape in terms of national security as well as international wars that are happening across the globe. So that's another thing that we can keep in mind today as well.
Attachment. Present. Sir, this includes first time. Military review coming to an end. The president and first lady there, you can see leaving the Capitol Visitor Center, where representatives of the armed forces recently, or just a few minutes ago, put on quite an impressive display. The U.S. Army Band, you can hear playing in the background. The Washington Post March, I believe, is what they're playing. And they were all perfectly in line, perfectly in sync, perfectly ready to do this. Not outside in a grand parade as had been planned, but inside the Capitol Center because the inauguration is indoors today. I want to go to Taylor Popolars, who's been covering a lot of different aspects of this, and I want to talk to you a little bit about J.D. Vance, the vice president. Each vice president plays a different role, partly political, largely substantive. What role are we expecting J.D. Vance to play in this administration?
I think he's going to wear a few different hats, Errol, and I'll point out, just because we just watched this this military ceremony, that Vance is a veteran. He served in the Marine Corps. He served overseas in Iraq right out of high school before he went to college. So it's been a minute since we've had a sitting vice president who is a member of the military themselves. So that's something that a lot of people who support Vance really admire. But I really think what Vance represents is kind of the next generation of the MAGA movement, Make America Great Again. He is only 40 years old. He's the third ever youngest vice president, and he's the first millennial to serve as vice president. And when you remember that Donald Trump is 78 years old, soon to be 79 years old, you realize that Vance is literally just about half his age. And, you know, the Trump campaign talked a whole lot about, when they were choosing Vance as his running mate, that Trump was looking for somebody who he hopefully can pass the torch on to after he completes this second term. And, you know, Vance underwent his own political transformation from being a Donald Trump critic in 2015 and 2016 and 17 to really transforming himself when he started to run for U.S. Senate in Ohio back in mid-2021 to being Donald Trump's, you know, biggest loyalist and most vocal supporter. And in his 2 years that he served in the U.S. Senate, it was only 2 years, but he really did become kind of the spokesman in the Senate for Trump's movement. So I think what'll be really interesting moving forward is to see how Trump utilizes him as a vice president. We know that Vance, you know, wants to be involved in policy. We know that he, you know, still resonates and connects with a lot of that new kind of Republican base that Holly was talking about earlier, this working class base, especially given that Vance grew up in Southwest Ohio, had very humble roots, spent his summers in Eastern Kentucky. You know, the Trump White House is hoping that he'll be able to be kind of a spokesperson for that part of America, especially when you contrast him with Trump, who grew up as a wealthy New Yorker and has been a billionaire for years. So I think Vance, you know, he really is kind of the next generation of Republican leadership. He's had this meteoric rise from not being an elected official just a couple of years ago to being a junior senator for a couple of years and now being the vice president. But he really is someone to watch, both in how he will speak, but also when he will choose not to try to step into the spotlight that we know Donald Trump really kind of craves and values every single day. So in many ways, I think Vance is kind of a Republican president in waiting now that he's officially the VP. And a lot of people I speak with within the Republican Party say that come 2028, Vance will clearly be the Republican frontrunner for president if he wants to be. We'll have to see how the next 4 years play out. But it's just fascinating when you think about his roots and the fact that, you know, he has this military background. He was also a venture capitalist in California, so he's really connected to a lot of the billionaires that we just saw attend the inauguration. And it's going to be interesting to see how he takes on this job.
Okay. President Trump and the First Lady getting into their vehicle. They're heading over to the Capital One Center, and that's where our Karina Capabianca is. Tell us what's going on out there. The next big phase of today's events is going to be happening right near you.
There's certainly a lot of activity here. You can hear helicopters above me, as well as a lot of people who are staying here hoping to catch a glimpse of President Trump or some of the motorcades that are coming straight directly behind me here. And this is the area where thousands of people lined up earlier today hoping to get into the Capital One arena for one of those coveted spots to hear President Trump speak later on today. And there's also a lot of vendors over here who are selling a bunch of Trump merch as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the parade takes place inside. Of course, it was supposed to be outside, but due to the cold temperatures, it was moved indoors, and we'll keep you posted with the latest.
Well, now, Karina, normally wherever the president goes is a high security area. Have you seen any signs of that? Are they closing off access to the area near the arena?
I haven't seen any additional areas closed off. What I can tell you is that it does seem that there are more helicopters circling over me in the past few minutes. That's one thing that I have observed. And we've also heard a lot of car activity, like black SUVs, potentially motorcades or law enforcement vehicles that are coming over that route directly behind me.
Okay, well, they are on their way, so things are going to change in the next few minutes. Thanks for that. Well, let's go inside the arena where Daniel Grimes is standing by. We heard some red meat from the podium a little while ago. Is that still kind of the mood from the early speakers there?
Well, so right now, there haven't been speakers for a while. They've just been seated watching the programming. But I can tell you, Errol, every time the president comes on and he and Melania are shown, the crowd cheers. So these are really the president's biggest supporters here inside of the arena. I want to note, when you're talking about, earlier you all were talking about, okay, what were some of the biggest issues? Well, I think here there were unofficial polls, if you will, by applause. And so when the president talked about closing the southern border, that got one of the loudest applauses. When the president talked about having the federal policy be only 2 sexes, uproarious applause. But surprisingly, when the president talked about addressing inflation and lowering costs, that really got a tepid response, Errol. That was one of the smallest response lines. So people here, at least in the arena, seem more focused on immigration and on attacking wokeism, if you will, than on addressing the inflation and the cost of everyday items, even though that got a lot of big play during the campaign. Now, I also want to note here, of course, President Biden and former President Biden, now I should say, and President Donald Trump in recent days have talked about the hostage release and the ceasefire deal in Gaza. Well, on the front row to my right, you're seeing some people with, or rather I saw some people who had signs of hostages who are currently being held by Hamas. In the first phase of that agreement, we're going to see 33 hostages released over 6 weeks. And I saw some people carrying signs of some of those hostages. Of course, President Trump now takes some of the credit for the 3 hostages that we saw released this week, because he said there will be all hell to pay if hostages are not released by his inauguration. And of course, we saw Hamas do that. We saw that exchange happen, and the ceasefire is currently underway. So wanted to take note of that. But right now, people are just watching the programming, and I bet when you come back to me when the president does arrive, it's going to be a lot of cheers then as well, Errol.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. And let me go to our Josh Robin. You and I have reported on and talked often about the situation in the Middle East. And picking up on what Daniel was mentioning, a lot of news happening just in the last couple of days. This is day 2 of the ceasefire. It's always described as shaky, but it's, you know, especially on a day like today, it's okay to hope. And maybe this is hopefully some good news and maybe a lasting, at least, ceasefire.
Yeah, you know, we talked earlier about what success would bring, and I was thinking afterwards, obviously, any president, including this president, would see a comprehensive peace deal or just more of a peace deal in the Middle East as a sign of success, and the president no doubt will try that. I didn't bring it up because I think that if it is so elusive that I think if the president sees that it's not possible, that you know, he's going to cut bait. He understands that he doesn't want to be the father of a failure there. So I think, Errol, to talk at a hopeful sign, the ceasefire is holding right now, and what we're going to see, the expectation is over the next number of days, 40 days or so, is that you're going to see more hostages released. Now, a couple of these days are going to be very difficult. They're not going to be the joyous reunions, because of the 33 hostages that are being released, a number of them, we believe, are deceased. We don't have an exact number, but there are going to be corpses that are going to be brought home. Additionally, after that, there has to be new negotiations that would end the war in the Gaza Strip, Errol. Very difficult to bring home the other 60 or so hostages. Some of these hostages, by the way, weren't taken in October of 2023, but actually predate that. At least the bodies do. So this is going to be devilishly complicated. I think that there is a decent possibility, and this certainly brings to your hope, that the Abraham Accords that began under the first Trump administration, that extended diplomatic relations between Israel and a number of Arab states, are going to be at least attempted to be expanded to Saudi Arabia, which would be a game changer. But what that will take, Errol, is at least some movement on the part of Israel right now, even in this traumatic, difficult time, to give more autonomy, maybe not statehood, but at least move in that direction to a Palestinian state. Again, really, really complicated. I'm not sure that it's going to happen, but I can definitely say that the Trump administration is going to endeavor to do that. And I dare say, I think that the signs are aligning more to that, at least at this hour. Things can really complicate it. The Hamas attack, by all accounts, on the 7th of October 2023 was to try to prevent Israel from reaching an agreement with Saudi Arabia. Things have changed significantly since then. The Hezbollah in Lebanon and Iran more generally have been severely weakened. The signs are there, devilishly complicated, but the current president, is going to move in that direction. So we'll have to see, Errol.
Okay. And Holly, what the president is doing as they arrive at the Capital One Center is coming to what earlier today at least seemed like a bit of a political rally. Is that the tone we're expecting to hear from now on?
Oh, I certainly think so. That's what you're about to see when he goes into the Capital One Arena, just as we saw him there last night for his rally. This, of course, is moving all of the what would have been outdoor parade events inside. So we're about to see exactly what that is going to look like. But, Josh was touching on, what's going to happen, with his foreign agenda in the coming days and those very important issues. I think you're also going to see a real focus from the president on the domestic issues. You heard him talk in his inaugural address about focusing on our fellow Americans who are hurting right now. People in North Carolina still suffering from the impact of the hurricane, also in Florida. He's expected to travel, Errol, perhaps by the end of the week to California to visit the devastation there and see firsthand the wildfires and hear what needs to be done and, how FEMA can help those folks better as well. So I think you're going to see emphasis put on that. Maybe one of his first trips will be to California. And also on immigration. We've been talking a lot about his plans for immigration. One thing that Trump has behind him that he didn't have the last time around when he started off his first term is full support from Republicans. Now, that's not to say there aren't some more establishment types who are kind of, gritting their teeth and going along with it more than others. But for the most part, he has a Republican-controlled House, though a slim majority. He has a Republican-controlled Senate, and he doesn't have that faction of the Republican Party that is openly hostile to him. I mean, you think back to the last time around, Paul Ryan, the Republican leadership in the House, was openly speaking against the President of the United States. He had that wall of resistance, not only from Democrats, but from his own party. He doesn't have that this time. And he has Republican governors who are clamoring to help him out with this immigration issue. Now, he's going to face resistance from blue states and cities, and, they're already trying to figure out how to continue to be sanctuary cities, but not from Republican states. In fact, in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, one-time big rival for President Trump. Those two have since patched things up, and they're spending quite a bit of time together. Next week, Florida is going to hold a special legislative session so that they are crafting legislation right now as to how they can help with deportation. Now, these migrant flights that by executive order Trump just ended, the majority of those flights go to Florida. Most of them go to Miami. Most of those migrants have been arriving in Florida. And Governor DeSantis is very eager. He's been talking to Trump. What legislation do you want us to craft? It's expected they're going to do something similar to what Texas did and the Supreme Court upheld, and that is to give local law enforcement, police officers, more federal-like powers for deportation. The Biden administration challenged that law, I believe it was SB 4 in Texas, to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court upheld it, and now Florida is looking to do something similar, and I can imagine probably some other Republican governors are going to follow suit. Point being, he's got that domestic agenda, and he's got Republicans this time backing him where he was fighting them last time around, Errol.
Holly, I don't like to pass up a chance to ask you about Florida politics. I got a lot of family down there. I've always kept an eye on that state. With Marco Rubio, the senator, expected now to become the Secretary of State, it leaves a vacancy that Governor DeSantis gets to fill. What's the latest in that conversation?
Yeah, he has filled that with Ashley Moody. She is the state attorney general, which, by the way, Pam Bondi used to hold that position. She's now going to be confirmed. She's expected to be confirmed as U.S. attorney general. But Ashley Moody, a longtime Republican in the state, big ally of Governor Ron DeSantis. She, in her time as Florida attorney general, now she's going to be senator to replace Marco Rubio, who's becoming Secretary of State. But as her time as Florida attorney general, Ashley Moody has a dozen dozen probably lawsuits against the Biden administration, most of them border related, a lot of them about migrants coming into Florida from the southern border. So she has been very much on the Trumpian side of things and is also an ally of Donald Trump now. There was just a picture that she posted with him last night. So she's going to have that seat until 2026, and then they'll have to have a special election for it. But Governor DeSantis is term limited coming up in 2026, so we're wondering, you know, what's his next move? Is she holding that seat for him just to keep it warm until he runs for it? Does he have other ambitions? At one point, he was waiting in the wings in case Pete Hegseth didn't get confirmed as Secretary of Defense. It looks like he's on track to do that now. But what if some of these other nominees might have a harder time, a Tulsi Gabbard or Kash Patel? Could all this time that DeSantis is spending with Trump mean that maybe they're working out a backup plan in his administration if one of those fall through? We just don't know. But there have been so many cabinet members that are from Florida, Mike Waltz, Pam Bondi, that it's been like a domino effect of the offices and people going into Trump's cabinet. Florida is his adopted home and the area where he was encouraged to run from the very beginning. His original supporters are from Florida, and he's taken a lot of them to Washington with him, Errol.
And we will continue to tap into the expertise of our Spectrum colleagues down in Florida. Let's go back to the White House, where Reuben Jones is standing by. And all of this, I want to reemphasize for our viewers, a lot of the pomp and ceremony that we're seeing throughout the day has a practical side to it, which is that one family is moving out of the White House, which is a residence, and another is moving in. How is that looking?
And appearing regularly on major television.
Yeah, Errol, and I will say we are running very behind. I think as of last check, the schedule here is about an hour and a half behind. However, it seems that the move-out process and move-in process seems to be pretty well on track. That's because I just saw the last of the moving trucks leave the front of the White House, which presumably means they got all of outgoing President Joe Biden stuff out, and they got all of President Donald Trump stuff inside. So that's a good sign in the sense of getting the logistics taken care of. A reminder, I was telling you earlier that it is a big process for this staff here as they do this. They've got to do a cleaning of the whole White House. They also replace the linens and the towels and things like that. So it is a moving process that nobody here likes, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of resources in a very small amount of time. The other update I'll tell you is that I was just in the press briefing room, and I can tell you that some of the new Trump press staff have started moving into their offices. The press briefing room, which everyone at home will know is that iconic room where the press secretary speaks, is actually quite small, but right off of that room is where the press staff sit and where they have their offices. Now, President Trump has already named some of his staff. He named the communications director, Stephen Chung, who was very well attached to the campaign, and he named Caroline Leavitt to be the new press secretary. Now, Caroline will be the youngest press secretary in history. She is less than 30 years old, in her 20s. And you'll remember back to 2017, Sean Spicer might be a name you remember. He was the original press secretary for Donald Trump, and his relationship with the press started off very poor because he defended the crowd size of the inauguration, and it became a lot of back and forth with the press, and we saw it play out on a Saturday Night Live skit as well with Melissa McCarthy reenacting him. That won't be an issue this year because we didn't have the inauguration outside. And then I'll mention on the communications director front, which is a really critical position for getting your message out to the American public and out to the media, interacting with reporters, which have not always had a good relationship with the former Trump White House. The last time around, the communications director, you think about Anthony Scaramucci, who lasted very little amount of time in the Trump White House, as well as, some of the other communications directors who did not have as good of a relationship, including Stephanie Grisham, who cut ties with Donald Trump as well. So all this to say, Errol, a lot happening behind the scenes here at the White House as Donald Trump continues to traverse Washington, D.C. before eventually soon coming here to the White House.
And just building on that a little bit, Ruben, when it comes to the swapping out of in the West Wing there, right behind you in the briefing room, is there a lot of activity elsewhere in the White House? Are there people kind of moving in? There is a new chief of staff. She's got people who work for her. They've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they really do, Errol, and I can tell you just in terms of the reporter side of things, it is very chilly out here, but I can tell you at least we have a little bit of space. You go inside the press briefing room right now, it is jam-packed with reporters. I've never seen so many reporters in there right now, in the first level and then in the basement too, where there are a few seats for reporters to sit. In terms of the West Wing and other areas of the White House, we have not seen a ton of staff come in yet, and I'm guessing that is because a lot of them are likely at Capital One Arena, which is where that indoor parade is going to take part and where some of the festivities are going to be. After that, and when Donald Trump does come to the White House, I am guessing that a pretty large wave of staff is going to come into the White House and make their moves in. I can tell you I saw the National Security Advisor, who has been nominated to be the NSA advisor, Michael Waltz. I saw him earlier today right near the White House. And so a lot of these members that have been nominated have had communications very likely with the staffs here. So they're in tune, in sync to make this transition as smooth as possible.
Okay, thank you for that, Ruben. On the right side of your screen, you've got the Capital One Arena, where we know the president is right now. He's somewhere in that building. He'll be coming out. Let's go to our Daniel Grimes, who's inside the arena. I see them setting up a desk. I see them stacking what looks like executive orders for the president to sign. Now, I was told, Daniel, he'd be signing hundreds at some point today, but it looks like maybe half a dozen are right there. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so no word yet on which executive orders he's going to sign here. As you noted, he's said anywhere between 100 to 200 executive orders he's going to sign today. It could be anything from declaring an emergency at the southern border to close it, to pardoning the January 6th defendants. He said he's going to do that today as well, to saving TikTok. So we'll have to wait and see which executive orders he actually ultimately signs here. I should also note, as you said, the crowd is unaware that the president, his motorcade has arrived, that the president is in the building. Trust me, if they knew, there would be uproarious applause, but right now they're just listening to the U.S. Army band who's been performing, but we expect the president and the vice president to arrive into the arena here soon. I lastly want to note, Errol, that Steve Witkoff, the president's Middle East envoy, is the one that's going to introduce the president, and that's significant because you and Josh and you and I were talking earlier just about the Middle East and the Gaza conflict, and we expect Steve Witkoff to visit the Gaza Strip sometime in the coming weeks, and so the president just placing an importance there on the international affairs as he prepares to take office and prepares to actually go back to the White House in just a matter of hours.
And Daniel, I know you came in through a special press route, and our security is maybe different from the general public, but who in general is there? This is not the kind of thing where somebody could just scalp their ticket and have a friend come in for them, right?
No, not at all. Yes, you had to pre-register. Now, what I'm not actually sure about is that because this facility came about so last minute, Errol, remember, this was supposed to be all of the people that had tickets for the outdoor ceremony, but there were a larger number of folks who got tickets to be on the National Mall. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people were expecting the National Mall, but this arena only holds just north of 20,000 people. And so I'm not sure sure how they were able to cut down those numbers and ultimately decide who got the ticket here. I know it left a lot of people out there with my colleague Karina out in the cold, but still seems like those people are in high spirits as they await to just listen to President Trump talk. But yeah, I'm not sure how they ultimately decided who made it into the arena. It may have been a first come, first serve situation, or deciding on, if you're a member of Congress, and kind of maybe the president's family decided, not sure. But the people here, they are really excited to be here. They've been applauding, cheering all day, doing the wave. So we'll have to wait and see when you come back to me when the president and the vice president actually enter. I'm sure deafening screams will be heard, Errol.
Well, it was a last-minute decision to hold it indoors, and so a lot of this stuff was done on the fly. Are there food vendors there? Are we looking at 20,000 hungry people who are not in a position to, order a pizza or something?
Now, Errol, you know me. We've met a couple of times. I do get hangry, so I need to eat. And thankfully, there are food vendors here. People have been fed. I've seen a lot of. It seems the chicken is really popular here, Errol. A lot of people going for the chicken fingers. But and I'm hearing something. So. Some call and response, so that's just happening. Let me just say, this has just been erupting all day with people call and response. The wave has happened several times, chants of USA. Earlier, I want to note, I tweeted this, that there was one protester that made her way into the arena, Errol, which is kind of surprising. We saw that on the campaign trail that largely impacted Kamala Harris's campaign, and I actually can't recall a single instance of Trump's campaign getting impacted by protesters protesting the war in the Middle East. But we saw and heard one female protester yell about the war and the conflict in the Middle East, and she was drowned out by chants of USA. So heard that a little bit earlier, but really that's been the only signs of protest here inside the arena. Otherwise, it's been chants of USA and just a lot of really ebullient feelings, I should say, Errol.
One of our colleagues, Daniel, was talking with some supporters who traveled all the way to Washington, D.C. from Oklahoma. And we didn't spend a lot of time on it, but I think I picked up the beginnings of a bit of a conspiracy theory where they were saying, look, we're inside not because of the weather. The weather's not that bad. It's simply them not wanting us to have a good time. I'm not sure who the they is supposed to be, but what's your sense just of the weather? I mean, you've been in different places around the country, like a lot of our colleagues. Is this just nippy, or is it dangerously cold in Washington today?
Well, if you all were with our programming all day, earlier you saw I had just my suit coat on, and I actually had to put my entire coat on and a lot of people here, a lot of the reporters here, and some of the supporters have as well, because it's even gotten cold here inside the arena. I believe the door is being left open. We can feel the draft, and so I'm thinking if it's cold enough where I have to put on a coat here inside the arena, it has to be mighty frigid outside. I haven't been outside in a couple of hours, but I will say these are some downright frigid temperatures. But I will also have to say, I mean, you heard the president talk about the attempts on his life, and so you can imagine that played a factor in them deciding to move it indoors ultimately, because it is just easier. I mean, when I went through security, we obviously have a team, photog here. We've got camera equipment and laptops and a lot of technology. And Secret Service spent their time digging through my bag, and significantly longer than they do when I visit the White House or the Capitol on a day-to-day basis with my reporting. I mean, they were really intense with dumping out my belongings, making sure, having me turn on my laptop, checking through all of the different opening all of the components in my bag. And so really, I saw them not just with me, every single person that entered this facility, they were taking their job very seriously to make sure that not only, of course, the president and the vice president, but all the attendees, all of the people reporting here, we all stay safe, Errol.
Okay. As you mentioned it, Daniel, I'm looking and I see a lot of ski caps on. I see some bubble coats on, some pretty thick hoodies. So I guess, yeah, it is pretty chilly just even inside the arena. Let's go to our Taylor Popolars. My understanding is that Vivek Ramaswamy apparently is no longer in this unofficial Department of Government Efficiency.
That's right, Errol. We were able to actually confirm this several hours ago, and I think it's starting to get renewed attention because, as Ruben was talking about, Trump White House staffers are now in the building and are starting to circulate statements. But a source familiar with Vivek Ramaswamy, who I've covered since 2022, I think pretty closely, when he launched his campaign for president in 2023, but they told me that he was planning to step away from DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, which he was originally named to co-lead alongside Elon Musk, because Ramaswamy is planning to launch a campaign for governor of Ohio early next week. Now, it's long been known in Ohio political circles that Ramaswamy was really interested in running for governor after he ran for president and kind of made him a name for himself both in Ohio and nationally. But it was just a few weeks ago that he and Elon Musk came here to Capitol Hill and held a very widely covered meeting about the launch of this new department, DOGE, which, as you alluded to, is not a new federal department agency that Congress has approved, but is essentially a project in government efficiency that President Trump has wanted to be spearheaded, and he chose Musk and Ramaswamy to come together and do it. But it seems that Ramaswamy's political ambitions back home in Ohio, he's originally from the Cincinnati area, he lives in Columbus now, that they are outweighing his involvement in this. You also have to wonder, when you're working alongside somebody like Elon Musk, who is a pretty big personality, if he necessarily wanted a co-lead of this Department of Government Efficiency. It's been reported in recent days that Musk is likely to have an office either in the West Wing or in the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is right next to the White House. So it really seems like Musk wants to be involved day to day. He really hasn't left Donald Trump's side since election night in November. So we were able to confirm this. It seems the Trump White House now is coming out and saying that the source close to Ramaswamy did insist to me that things were still good in terms of Ramaswamy's relationship with Elon Musk. But I think, this was a project that had been rolled out really gradually, and Ramaswamy had indicated he would be a part of it for at least several months before running for governor. But now he's kind of ramping things up back in Ohio, and he will no longer be a part of DOGE.
Okay, thank you for that, Taylor. My colleague Ayanna Harry here with me. It really is extraordinary. If you go down to the White House, the Eisenhower building, the complex, is really part of the White House complex. You don't have to go through security again. So, in effect, what we're being told is that Elon Musk will have an office inside the White House. This is somebody who has government contracts worth tens of millions of dollars. It seems that, once again, we're in unprecedented territory here.
Certainly unprecedented territory, but it's not a complete surprise because in recent weeks, Elon Musk has been staying at Mar-a-Lago in a villa that is pretty much as close as you can stay to Donald Trump as anyone could stay, and spending several $1,000s a night for that villa. So it's been interesting to watch Elon Musk over the last few months continue to get closer and closer and closer to now President Donald Trump. We know Donald Trump very much respects businessmen, and it seems that Donald Trump believes that Elon Musk is a brilliant businessman who has been able to, create electric vehicles, to take his company to space. And so Donald Trump has been leaning on Elon Musk extensively over the last few months, and it appears that Elon Musk will have an oversized opportunity to give his influence in the White House. And we've heard just informally people joke and say that Elon Musk is the real vice president. Of course, J.D. Vance is the new vice president, but Elon Musk, it was just so stunning to see just how many times Elon Musk was right there next to Donald Trump in recent months, even times when we did not see J.D. Vance with him.
Yeah. And let me go back to Holly Gregory and Josh Robin. And Holly, when we see we don't have them. Okay, I thought we did. Well, I will continue with Ayanna.
Yes.
When we see this kind of shredding, or really just kind of disregard of what had been normally thought of as very important guidelines and barriers for ethical reasons against self-dealing or conflicts of interest, it sounds like I remember how some of this came out and was talked about in 2016, 2017. It doesn't even sound like there's a conversation about it at this point.
Well, we did see in Joe Biden's farewell address to the American people, he warned in part about this. And he specifically said he was concerned about a small number of very wealthy and powerful people having an unfair level of influence in our American government. And we have seen throughout the day CEOs of some of the biggest tech companies not just in the United States of America, but really in the world, right there next to the new president. I cannot recall a recent inauguration where we have seen so many people like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk just standing right there with Donald Trump. So Donald Trump won the White House back in November in many ways because he positioned himself as a champion for the everyday American, as someone who wanted to make America more affordable and safer for, you know, the person who gets up in the morning and puts on their boots and goes to work. So it's unclear how the interests of someone like Elon Musk will help Donald Trump steer policies that will help the everyday American, but we do have to, I think, wait and see.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, let's go to Florida, to Yvette Bruswell. And that seems to me a kind of important dynamic within the Trump coalition. Yes, it is true if we look at the numbers, as Holly Gregory has pointed out, there are a lot of working class voters who normally vote Democratic or stay independent who voted for Donald Trump, seem to be in his camp. On the other hand, you look around the inauguration today, and there's all of these billionaires, multi-billionaires, and I'm trying to make it make sense. I don't know that Sundar Pichai and Jeff Bezos and Tim Cook and all of these guys are necessarily looking out for people making $40,000, $50,000 a year.
What you're talking about is something that a lot of folks are talking about also on social media, because I'm taking a look down and checking all the social media platforms, and you bring up a valid point. However, these are also the movers and shakers who create jobs. And I'm going to think of Jeff Bezos, right, of Blue Origin, of course, Elon Musk with SpaceX. And I bring them up because whatever they come up with, whatever their plans are, Florida depends very much on. Let me explain. So you come to Florida all the time because I see on social media he's at the beach, he's with the family, and so I've never seen you in Florida, but I hope to see you soon. And Central Florida, we've got the theme parks, right? And just about 45 minutes or an hour from Disney, you've got the Space Coast, and that's where we have sometimes multiple launches a week. Anybody watching right now, if you download the Spectrum News app, you will be able to see these launches whenever they're happening. And I bring this up because this is a huge moneymaker. Lots of jobs are on the line, and these folks need places to live. The Space Coast is just booming right now with space exploration. So yes, they're bazillionaires, but they're also the people with the big ideas, and those are creating jobs. Something that I want to point out to you and the rest of our crew, and I'm fascinated by everybody, for Spectrum who's on this panel today, is the fact that we had the president talking about President Trump revoking electrical vehicle mandate. However, his buddy Elon Musk, who, Tesla, how is that going to get reconciled when he's calling for these vehicles to go bye-bye, or the legislation for that, but his very good friend is the creator and builder of these vehicles. I'm really interested to watch those dynamics.
Yeah,
so,
well, it gets even more complicated, right, Beth? I mean, we did a story about how while it's blue states like California or maybe Illinois or New York where a lot of these vehicles are being sold and used, they're actually being manufactured in and are a major source of jobs in states like Georgia, states like Alabama, states like Florida. To strip out, and there is no vehicle mandate, but there are tax credits. To make those tax credits go away will make all of those vehicles more expensive, so that what might have cost you, $30,000 now is going to cost you $38,000, $39,000. It's going to slow down sales. I don't know if the politics are going to be as easy as saying we're going to make this go away.
I think time will definitely tell, Errol, because, like you said, it is the domino effect of, pulling the plug, if you will, on the whole thing. I am fascinated to watch, when we travel across the country for work or with business, that I see electric vehicles. In South Carolina, I'm in the Carolinas a lot to visit my parents. South Carolina, North Carolina, you look around, there's nowhere for you to charge. And I know that we've had our colleague Tim Boyum from North Carolina literally travel the whole country during the campaigning season on an electric vehicle, checking on the different campaigns, but also, kind of kicking the tires and taking her for a spin. It is not as easy as it sounds if you want to travel long distances. And so some would say, you know what, that's a point to take into consideration when it comes to the efficiency of having an electric vehicle. But again, as we see some live pictures here, these folks anticipating. I got to mention the Florida delegation. They're in joint visiting this event together. So the Florida delegation and the Puerto Rico delegation, I'm told, have never done this before, but they decided to go to the inauguration together, and they were, having to figure out a new spot to go check out the festivities because they could not be there due to the change of the venue of the cold weather. But again, a very patriotic scene here. As somebody who was not born in this country, to watch any kind of event with the military, and we see the military members here, my heart skips a beat. It's a proud moment to watch any kind of member of the military in uniform in front of our cameras. But yeah, it's watching the who's who of the tech industry has been really, really fascinating to watch today, for sure.
Absolutely. Let's go back to the arena with Daniel Grimes. We've got the military band entertaining folks. I think they probably would have been happier with a DJ, maybe, but it is what it is. What have they been told there in the arena about what they're waiting for and when it is expected to start?
Well, I will say we definitely had a DJ earlier. A lot of country music and some pop music was playing in between the speeches. So they had a little bit of a DJ earlier. But yeah, right now, just the U.S. Army National Band has been playing. No announcement so far, but we have started to see people file into the risers behind me. I was trying to make out who they are. I was over here testing my 2020 vision, squinting. I believe I made out Linda McMahon, the incoming education secretary nominee, and so I can't see who else is there. I'm still trying to make out who has taken the risers behind me, but I believe that's just the first step. As you noted last time, we know that President Trump and J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, are both in the building, but they just haven't made their way here inside the arena yet. So once they do, Errol, I will definitely let you all know, and I want you all to come to me right then, because you're going to hear the crowd probably stand to their feet and get really excited, Errol.
Okay, thank you for that, Daniel. Let me come back to you, Ayanna. The question of politics so often is about how you reconcile what was promised with what is delivered. That's the basics of what we cover. We have a president here who has promised a whole lot of stuff.
He has.
And, it doesn't take a lot of poking and prodding to discover that there's going to be some bumps in the road. It's not going to be nearly as easy as maybe some people hoped.
Yeah, one item that the president mentioned during his inaugural speech was the item of tariffs. That's something that we heard Donald Trump speak about frequently over and over again out on the campaign trail. But we have yet to see any real concrete proposals from Donald Trump in terms of what tariffs might actually look like on imports from China, from Mexico, and potentially even from Canada as well. So it'll be unclear whether or not Donald Trump does put tariffs in place and what that will ultimately mean for the American people, for the American consumer, and how they will react to potentially higher prices from tariffs. Or is Donald Trump able to put tariffs in place where the extra expense is absorbed by the foreign countries or the foreign governments? We're going to have to wait and see. And so many people around the country are waiting to see what the real impact will be in terms of Donald Trump's vow to carry out mass deportations. In New York City, for example, 500,000 people, 500,000 people, are at risk if Donald Trump does carry out these mass deportations, according to the city's comptroller. So many people are waiting to see what does this look like practically. Mass deportations, these could involve people who work at local businesses, children who go to local schools. What will happen to families of mixed immigration status? So many unanswered questions about will Donald Trump actually go through with all of his promises, and if he does, what will it mean practically for the American people, Errol?
The various Spectrum channels around the country have spent a lot of time looking at this question about what happens with migrants, what would mass deportation look like. And Ayanna, it turns out that in a lot of cases, it's not necessarily political opposition per se, but there are a lot of humanitarian groups. I'm thinking of, Catholic churches and other,
yes,
food pantries and so forth, where folks have just decided, in a way that doesn't really have anything to do with politics, that if there's poor and hungry people there, including immigrants, they're going to just try and help them.
And just a few days ago, ago, I covered an event in New York City that was put together by faith leaders. And they brought in faith leaders from all over the city, and they sat down, they took out pieces of paper and pens and started to draft plans of action if mass deportations do happen. We also saw some of them putting together encrypted group chats so that they would be able to communicate and coordinate and support people in their communities who they believe deserve some sort of protection in the event of mass deportations. But in New York City, it's also interesting because New York is a sanctuary city. The mayor, the Democratic elected mayor in New York City, acknowledges that it is a sanctuary city, but he's also said that he is open to changing some of these sanctuary policies in New York City. And in fact, right now, Mayor Eric Adams is not in New York City Hall. He is in Washington, D.C. for today's inauguration. And so it'll be just fascinating and interesting to see how immigration is dealt with in the new policies on the level of mayors and governors, but also on the local levels, pastors and community organizers, Earl.
Okay. Our colleague Rena Diamante is standing by, and there are a number of different inaugural balls that are happening tonight. They have different themes, they have different history, they have different purpose. Tell us about the one that you're looking into, the Commander-in-Chief Ball.
Yeah, Errol, in the lead up to Inauguration Day here, there are balls all throughout the nation's capital. Lots of unofficial ones hosted by state societies. I can tell you that the state of Texas, for example, had the Black Tie and Boots Ball last night. It's a way to show state pride here in Washington, D.C. But this year, there are 3 official balls, and those are the balls where it is expected and it is promised that President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will make an appearance and are expected to make remarks. The first couple will have a dance. There'll be live performances. As I mentioned, there are 3 balls. There's the Liberty Ball, which is geared toward Trump supporters. There's the Starlight Ball, which features some of the biggest donors to the Trump and to the Trump campaign. And I'm here at the Convention Center for the Commander-in-Chief Ball, which is geared towards the military, for service members, for veterans, for wounded warriors. And we expect the president to be here tonight. We expect him to make remarks and to have a first dance as well, and to be able to use that opportunity to thank the military for their service. Errol.
And so what kind of a size is this venue? How many people are going to be at something like this? This is not just for a couple of hundred people, right?
No, we're expecting thousands of people. This is a really big space here. In fact, the convention center is so big that the other ball, the Liberty Ball, is expected to also be here someplace in the other side of the convention center. And preparations are underway for all these people. I can see appetizers being laid out. I can see a bar right across from me, and of course the stage that the president and first lady will take tonight. And so again, this is something that's geared towards military members. So we expect a lot of veterans, current and active members. And I think there's also going to be an opportunity, what we've seen from previous inaugurations, where the president does speak to people, to military members who are overseas. We expect also that there's going to be a whole lineup of live performances, not just at the Commander-in-Chief Ball, but all the other inauguration balls as well. Here at the Commander-in-Chief Ball, we expect performances by Parker McCollum. That's a Texas-based singer and songwriter. And we also expect a performance by Rascal Flatts, a country music band. Errol.
Okay, thank you, Rena. You can see there on the right side of your screen members of the president's family there. All 3 of his sons are there. I see Eric Trump, I see Donald Trump Jr., I see Barron Trump, and that is a sure sign that the president and first lady are going to arrive shortly. Let's go to Daniel Grimes, who's elsewhere in the arena, and clearly people are aware that this is about to jump off, right?
Yes, people are definitely aware. When the Trump family got to the stage, there were actually chants for Barron Trump. The crowd started erupting with Barron, Barron. So he's seemingly become one of the more popular Trump children. But I spotted Byron Donalds, the representative from Florida, the firebrand from Florida. He's on the stage alongside the Trump family. And so, again, this programming is about to begin, Errol.
Yeah, and the way things are done, I don't know if you remember, Daniel, the big rally, pre-election rally in Madison Square Garden. It's not like he's going to just walk in, right? There'll be some lights, there'll be some sound, there'll be some music, there'll be some flash.
well, of course, it's going to be done in full Trump style. And in fact, yesterday I got a chance to watch the Trump victory rally, and it really sounded like any old campaign speech. And again, honestly, listening to the president give his inauguration speech sounded like a more muted speech. But I just heard the crowd cheer again. I think that means more people have taken the stage. But yeah, when the president spoke earlier, it sounded like a muted campaign speech. So I really expect the president to hit home on those themes when he speaks here today. Again, talking about immigration and closing the southern border, talking about transgenderism and declaring the federal policy to only have two sexes, and addressing all of the wokeism in the military, and also hitting home on merit, which he talked about both yesterday and today, and getting rid of DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion programming in the federal government. So I expect the president to kind of hit home on his greatest hits, if you will, tonight as well, because this is really shaping up to be another campaign rally. The crowd here, again, erupting in cheers. I feel like it's any moment now the president's going to come out, and of course, Vice President J.D. Vance will probably come out first, Errol.
Okay, and Daniel, I don't see any teleprompters there, so this is going to be maybe not off the cuff, but it will be the kind of speech, if there is one, that is not scripted. And then, of course, we see a small table there in the front with a number of what look like presidential orders stacked up. So there's going to be a business side to this event as well.
Yes, and in fact, if you're hearing the applause and the cheers, that's because, again, Barron Trump was just shown on screen, and also Eric Trump. The people here are just really excited to see the Trump family. So you're hearing the applause, you're seeing the Trump kids really show how excited they are to be back here in Washington. But yes, I believe I do not see any teleprompter there, so I believe we expect the president to address the crowd kind of off the cuff. And again, he'll probably hit on his greatest hits. And then we do expect the president to sign some executive actions as well. And what those will be, will have to remains to be seen. But we do expect him to talk to either the January 6th defendants. It could be closing the southern border. So it really could be an array of executive actions he could take here today. We'll have to wait and see what they ultimately are. But I feel like the president, again, like I said earlier, is going to be out here any moment now. The crowd's just standing, waiting for him and Vice President J.D. Vance to come, Errol.
There in the back row, I see Boris Epshteyn, one of the president's lawyers, who's been involved with him in some of his New York cases and some of his other cases in ways that sometimes ended up being newsworthy and somewhat controversial. Boris Epshteyn there, the whole Trump family there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome the official fanfare music group of the President of the United States.
Okay, I just heard them introducing
U.S. Army
Band, which will play Hail to the Chief, and then we'll see the president. Let's listen in.
For the 47th President of the United States. Listen to this, it's amazing. This is Brass and Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, Miss Melania Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
We are at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., where the presidential parade is going to happen indoors, like everything else with this inauguration. Our Daniel Grimes is inside the arena, and they screamed just like you predicted when the president and first lady came in. Tell us what's happening now, Daniel.
Well, I actually also want to point to a moment earlier, Errol, that the president, he came in and he had a black binder, presumably another executive order he's going to sign. And he said earlier the people in the arena are going to be very happy. So I feel like the signs are there that the president could pardon the January 6th defendants here at the Capital One Arena and also potentially close the southern border, declaring a national emergency to do so. I have to imagine, because again, that is what got the largest applause when the president spoke earlier. And so we'll have to wait and see what he ultimately signs here. But he pointed to that black binder. So right now we're seeing the procession happen. You're presumably seeing that on your screen, the parade taking place here and people still on their feet. Of course, earlier when Trump and Melania Trump came into the facilities, the loudest applause of the day, Errol.
And the Butler County, Pennsylvania Emergency Services are processing in. The importance of that, of course, is that it was in Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the president survived an assassination attempt. And it was, these were some of the folks who were on the front lines and helped save his life.
Yes, and in fact, Errol, we heard chants of
jacket, who was killed during that attack, given a place of prominence, and I believe there'll be a moment of silence as well.
Volunteer firefighter who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13, 2024. Their formation consists.
Okay, and then you see there the vice president
County Sheriff
and second lady, his wife, as well as their kids,
911
who certainly win an award for cutest kids of the day. They've been dragged from one event to the other and seem to be having a pretty good time.
They are also paying
but a little bit of family time as well as all of the formalities of this presidential parade. There'll be one group after another that comes by, and again, this is the kind of thing that would have happened outdoors, and the president would be in a reviewing stand with his family members. But due to the weather, they're indoors at the Capital One Arena, and so it's an unusual kind of a parade. They'll be just processing by the president, not as visually compelling. You don't have the background of the Capitol and other landmarks, but nevertheless, an important part of this very important day. Daniel Grimes is with us. He's inside the arena, and this is, I guess, since you saw the first group that came by, you kind of understand the setup here. Are we expecting a lot of groups to come by?
Well, actually, we just entered a moment of silence. I'm going to actually do that in honor of Corey Comparator, the man who died in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Daniel, that assassination attempt very quickly became core to the Trump message. He even alluded to it today in the inaugural address, didn't he?
Yeah, and in fact, when he came in here, you heard chants of fight, fight, fight. I heard that several times today. And so we heard the president also allude to it earlier. And we knew that there was going to be that moment of silence. I mean, even back during the RNC, you saw the president bring out Corey Comparator's firefighter jersey and, showcase that, have that moment of silence, that solemn moment during the RNC. Because again, the president there was the assassination assassination attempt on the president, but the president wants to call out the fact that a man lost his life in Butler, Pennsylvania on that day. And so we had that moment of silence here as well. And again, that was just a major point during the campaign era.
Okay. The New York Military Academy, which is Donald Trump's alma mater, they are processing by. That was where he attended, I guess, the equivalent of high school. Let's go out to our Josh Robin, who is standing nearby in the Capitol. An unusual parade, Josh, but an important one. And it's not just personal to the president. It's really for the whole nation.
It is. And, you know, Errol, I was thinking before when the sun was out and it was about a balmy 21 degrees or so here in the nation's capital that, you know, why do they hold it inside? It really isn't too bad. Since then, the mercury has plunged and my knees have started to shake a little bit, even though I'm a proud Northeasterner. It is very cold, and I think it was the right move now to move this inside, particularly because they were running late. So when the sun went down, it became a lot colder here. As for the United States, yeah, this is, they bring out people from all over. Obviously, the fact that you had the Butler, PA law enforcement and fire department there at first is extremely symbolic to the president. A lot of people from around the country, kids and grown-ups, have been practicing and awaiting for a long time this event, and I'm glad that they're able to, you know, do somewhat of a modified parade. You know, as you mentioned wisely, Errol, before, it's nice when you have the background, even on a crisp January day, of the Capitol and all the monuments in the background. It's not quite the same here. I don't remember what it looked like in 1985. But I think that they're doing the best they can with it. And yeah, there's some, it seems to me, Errol, and I've watched these inaugurations and covered them a number of times, that they're more of a nod here to the president's own background between the New York Military Academy, Butler, Pennsylvania, and I just saw there, yeah, the city of New York, NYPD. So a lot of things very central to Donald Trump at the very beginning. I don't remember that. I can't say that that hasn't happened before, but memory serves that it hasn't been as reflective of the president's personal biography as we're seeing here now. That also must be deafening inside, because I've covered many NYPD and FDNY events with bagpipes outside, and it's extremely loud, so I can only imagine what it's like if you're right next to them.
It is a haunting sound. The NYPD Emerald Society Band. This is basically the soundtrack of the NYPD, of which my father was a member. They members of their ceremonial unit came out and played bagpipes during his funeral. This is something that is a big part of life in New York. And as a New Yorker, Donald Trump, again, I guess building on Josh's point, worth pointing out that the president is wearing his overcoat indoors. As we heard from Daniel Grimes and from a number of other people, it's so cold in Washington that even the people indoors are wearing coats. There's no getting away from the bitter cold as the eastern part of the United States gets hit with the Arctic temperatures that were already in the Midwest. The president there talking with the vice president as the presidential parade proceeds. Here with me in studio, and Ayanna, we're going to watch as it unfolds, but I've seen Trump in so many different settings, from personal interviews to encounters on television to some of his rallies. I see 20,000 people cheering for him in a scenario like this, and it just strikes me as the kind of place where he's going to just cut loose, and that the peacemaker and unity candidate that he talked about being, or president that he talked about being a little earlier today, is not going to necessarily show up when he takes the podium in a few minutes. minutes.
These are the tried and true hardcore Donald Trump fans. Having covered some of his rallies throughout the campaign season, we see some of his, truest followers. They go around the country, following Donald Trump wherever he's speaking. So I suspect that the people inside of the Capital One Arena have come from all over the country to just get into the arena. I'm sure many of them had to wait for hours and hours and hours. And then many of them, once they got in, still waited for hours more just for this opportunity to see Donald Trump. But for many of his followers, Donald Trump just represents some of the promise of the United States of America, some of the hope that many people feel, the ways in which they want to see the nation return to some of its prominence. That's what Donald Trump has been promising. We heard him say at the start of his speech earlier today that a golden age for America begins right now. So for the people in that room, I know they are likely very excited to be witnessing this moment in history. And so when Donald Trump takes the stage, I expect this to not be a speech focused on bipartisan unity or on bridging gaps, but really on what his hardcore message is, which is turning America around, tackling issues like immigration at the border, like America and our role in manufacturing, both domestically and around the world. And so I expect this to be a speech where folks are standing up for a long period of time because they are continuing to cheer Donald Trump on. And I suspect that he will enjoy it.
Okay, those kids in purple are from Middletown High School in Ohio, and that is the alma mater of J.D. Vance. So some little music from the heartland here. As a survivor of high school marching band, I can relate to all of the drilling that these kids had to do for this moment in the spotlight. Let's go to our Taylor Popolars, who's very familiar with J.D. Vance, who of all the people in this room may have traveled the furthest distance in the shortest amount of time, politically speaking.
That's right, Errol, and I've been to Middletown where J.D. Vance grew up. If people have read Hillbilly Elegy, the memoir that kind of shot him into stardom, they read a lot about Middletown. It's in southwest Ohio. It's essentially between the Dayton area and Cincinnati, and it's where Vance spent most of his life, besides the summertime when he grew up in eastern Kentucky. But, I think this is really meaningful for him. I've seen images of his mom, Beverly, by his side throughout the last couple of days. They, of course, had a strained relationship growing up as she struggled with addiction and had multiple marriages, and Vance was largely raised by his grandmother, who he called Mama, who passed away several years ago. But, this is a big moment for him, and just looking at this visual of him talking with President Trump, one of his 3 children draped over the podium there, as you alluded to, it's remarkable how Vance has kind of been on a rocket ship over the last couple of years. I covered his run for Ohio Senate that was launched in a couple of years ago. And he ended up being a U.S. Senator for just 2 years before becoming Vice President. And it's because of his story and his upbringing in kind of a working class, lower middle class upbringing in Middletown, Ohio, that the Trump campaign felt comfortable bringing him aboard to not only be the running mate to try to win over voters, especially in key Midwest battleground states, but to hopefully be the torchbearer for the Donald Trump Make America Great Again movement. And, Vance right now at the age of 40 is setting himself up to probably be the front runner for the Republican presidential nomination in 4 years if things go well. I will point out as a disclaimer that we saw what happened to Donald Trump's last vice president, Mike Pence. Trump and Pence no longer speak. They had a big falling out 4 years ago because Pence didn't agree with Trump's baseless claims that the 2020 election was stolen. So it'll be interesting to track Vance's journey here. But I know that he held an event in Middletown when he first became Trump's running mate. It's even though he doesn't live in Middletown anymore, he has a home in Cincinnati in one of the wealthier suburbs. That's still kind of home base for him, and it's where his roots are. So I think it was important that they be featured in this parade.
Middletown High School. I mean, having been to his hometown, try and make this connection, close this loop for us about how someone from such humble roots and who wrote a book about it. So it's not just a part of his past, but something that he wanted to talk about out and explain to the rest of the world. And I'm trying to square that J.D. Vance with the billionaires in attendance who are going to be literally camped out in the White House making policy.
Yeah, it's an interesting contrast. Vance, he's a really smart guy, and he's really ambitious. After he was in the Marines, he ended up going to Ohio State, and then he went to Harvard, and he got into the world of venture capital, and he actually lived out in San Francisco for a couple of years, where he got to know some of the prominent folks who are kind of, in our Rolodex right now of billionaire GOP funders, and it was actually one of them who helped fund his Senate bid but through way of an outside political group. So Vance, in many ways, kind of, he channeled what Trump has been able to do over the last few years in terms of winning over Silicon Valley and kind of convincing a lot of, liberal-leaning, traditionally West Coast kind of tech elites to latch on to the Make America Great Again movement, because Vance himself did that. He was a Trump critic for several years. When Hillbilly Elegy came out in 2016, Vance essentially became a talking head on television, trying to describe why, largely at that time, white working class voters were drawn toward Trump, even though they had been traditionally Republican or traditionally Democratic voters. And then Vance, in many ways, helped lead this shift that Holly was talking about earlier, where you have lower income people who are voting for the Republicans, but then it kind of skips the moderately wealthy, and then you have the super wealthy who have stayed in the Republicans' corner. So it's interesting. Vance has gone through a lot of changes over the last few years. He, not only from Trump critic to literally Trump's right-hand man and his deputy, but he's become a really vocal attack dog. He's become a really vocal ally for big tech. He talks a lot about censorship. So it's fascinating, because I think in many ways, I was mentioning earlier how Vance is only 40, Trump is 78. So, he's literally half Trump's age. And I think he's been able to help bridge the divide for Trump and to connect him with a lot of these younger Silicon Valley types that Vance was, interacting with through his Ivy League days and his venture capital days. And now they're playing a key role in the Trump-Vance administration and its success going forward. And the last point I'll mention, we talk a lot about Elon Musk. Elon Musk poured a couple $100 million into backing the Trump-Vance ticket. And we know that Elon Musk and Donald Trump Jr. played a big role in helping convince Trump to choose Vance as his running mate. So there's a clear influence there. It's a far cry from Vance's days in Middletown, but he proved, especially after he left the Marines, that he was really ambitious and he wanted to surround himself with people kind of in the upper crust. And now he's not only one of them, he's a leader of them.
Okay. Let's go back to our Holly Gregory, and it's very interesting. Taylor raises an interesting point. You got Marco Rubio, who was a literal political opponent and fierce critic of Donald Trump back in 2016, now being nominated to one of the biggest plum jobs that any president can bestow on another human being. J.D. Vance got the biggest prize of all, and he too was a vocal and public critic. What is it about Donald Trump that allows him to not just neutralize his rivals, but then bring them in close and make them part of his team?
He has always done that, and we've seen that even more recently with Governor Ron DeSantis, who challenged him this latest time around. And as I understood it, Trump was very upset about that. He viewed that challenge in the primary by DeSantis as betrayal, because he had endorsed DeSantis for governor at a time when it didn't look like DeSantis had much of a chance. But now the two are golfing together. He's back, seems to be somewhat in Trump's good graces. But as you mentioned, Marco Rubio, who's soon to be the Secretary of State, he'll be the first cabinet member who is confirmed, was at one point back in 2016 Little Marco. Remember that nickname that Trump had for him? And those two were rivals in 2016. But when Marco dropped out of that race so many years ago now, he immediately began to get friendly with Trump, and those two had a very strong relationship over the years. He has been a confidant, Marco Rubio has, of Donald Trump throughout, from that time on, once they were no longer rivals. He sort of acted as, Trump's de facto advisor on all things having to do with Cuba, for the longest time, and we will see this played out as he is Secretary of State, Rubio has been hawkish on China, viewing China as our #1 geopolitical adversary. He has been an advisor to Trump on Latin America and Venezuela and Nicolas Maduro. That is his area of expertise. So him being picked as Secretary of State, certainly no surprise. But, you know, most people in the Republican Party, if you go way back, you know, to when Trump first got into politics and into running for president, you don't have to think about too many people who didn't, you know, who were on his team with Republicans. If you've been in the Republican Party for more than 5 minutes, at one point you probably opposed Trump on some level. He had that wall of resistance when he first came onto the scene. You know, as I watch this parade now,
you know,
there are a couple of bands in there.
Holly, you know, it's interesting with Marco Rubio in particular. I'm thinking back to the first Trump administration where he really personally conducted a lot of his foreign policy. I mean, nobody thought Rex Tillerson was calling the shots at all. And it reminds me even of, say, the Nixon presidency, where you have a commander-in-chief who really has a lot of personal relationships, a lot of ideas about the role of personal diplomacy, and is determined to enact those policies personally. The same was really true to a certain extent for Jimmy Carter. Marco Rubio is going to come in with a lot of expertise and some ideas, but in the end, there's only one person making foreign policy for this administration, right?
Trump is the boss, and I think he wants. I think that Marco Rubio has been around him long enough to know that that is true. And you know, there has always been, when it comes to Marco Rubio, going all the way back to 2013, when he first got on board and was pushing for immigration reform, that the conservative wing of the party has ever since then sort of looked at Marco Rubio like, okay, whose side are you really on? That was a complication that he had when he ran for president. So there's always been this wing of the party that has kind of viewed Marco Rubio as a little too establishment, that he was a little soft there for a while on immigration, but he has since really changed his stance on that. And he has talked about, even just very recently, how different immigration back then was to now. In his assessment, he thinks some 20 million people perhaps have come into the country illegally from all over the world, and he is now much more hawkish on that issue than he ever was. But part of it is, you know, Marco Rubio knows how to read the tea leaves, and he knows who is calling the shots in this administration.
Indeed. Let's go to our Erin Kelly. There is some news to report because the Senate is in session and has, in fact, begun playing its own role in helping this new administration get set up. Erin, tell us what's going on.
The 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Well, Errol, we can report that Florida Senator Marco Rubio has been voted to clear this committee. He was cleared unanimously out of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee just a short while ago. And then Pete Hegseth, who is President Trump's pick to lead the Department of Defense, has also been voted approved out of the Senate Armed Services Committee. So we heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune of South Dakota earlier on the Senate floor saying that he was hoping to begin floor votes imminently and wanted to get Rubio approved this week, as well as John Ratcliffe, who is Trump's pick for leading the CIA. You know, it's not a surprise that there's a unanimous support for Florida Senator Marco Rubio. You know, he's has bipartisan support, obviously, and that was shown in his questioning last week by his fellow senators. You know, as far as Hegseth, though, that's a little bit more of a controversial pick. That vote went along party lines. He faced some really sharp questioning when he was here last week about allegations of sexual and financial misconduct, allegations that he denies and claims is a part of an anonymous smear campaign. He views himself as sort of a change agent, was deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq, and is a former Fox News host. But again, Marco Rubio is looking like he's poised to be cleared by the full Senate. It's just a question of when that's going to be, Errol.
Thank you very much for that update, Erin. Let's go to our Kevin Fry. When it comes to these Senate nominations and the politics of them, is it simply a matter of a yes/no vote on whether or not to support the new administration, or are there other considerations at play here?
So there are a couple different moving pieces here. One, with the Hegseth nomination in particular, there were a lot of questions out the gate as to whether or not he would be able to get this sufficient support that he would, in no small part because of one person in particular, and that being Joni Ernst of Iowa. She is a former member of the military. She has herself suffered, she is a victim of sexual assault. And so those two particular factors in particular make her, one, respected on these sorts of issues, and also, on top of that, has inspired her to work on the military front on trying to make sure that they can cut down on sexual harassment, sexual assault in the military. She's worked with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a Democrat, on trying to promote those issues to try to tackle them on the federal level. And so she was kind of the one person to watch. Could she, if she decided to vote against Hegseth, sink his nomination? Well, based on the tally we're seeing coming out of that committee, she did not. And she certainly signaled in the committee hearing last week that she was going to vote for Hegseth, that she had gotten the assurances she wanted from him. Of course, Hegseth has faced all sorts of accusations of sexual misconduct, heavy drinking, the list goes on from there. This was seen as maybe one of the ballast points, one of the potential deciding factors on how far along Republicans will be willing to bend for Trump's wishes when it comes to nominations. And so far, it seems that they are willing to bend in his favor. They already nixed one before they even got to the voting period, and that was Matt Gaetz to be the Attorney General, and so they can say that they provided some degree of advice and consent and nixed one of the nominations. There are still other ones to keep an eye on. Tulsi Gabbard has come under all sorts of questions and scrutiny. Former member of Congress, set to lead intelligence services, because of her relationships with dictators from overseas and things she has said about Russia and so forth, has raised questions and alarm bells. Will she get confirmed? To be determined. Many of these other nominees, by comparison to Matt Gaetz, to Pete Hegseth, to Tulsi Gabbard, are seen as relatively non-controversial in comparison, in that context, and so they are advancing along. One of the other things we've seen, and Joni Ernst is perhaps the best example of this, is that there is a pressure campaign coming from folks like Elon Musk, like the Republican Party and coalition, conservatives in particular, that are more than willing to try to engage these Republicans in the primary space, basically threatening their opportunity to stay on in power and get reelected. Joni Ernst is up for reelection next year, and so there was a lot of pressure on her to back Hegseth, basically saying, if you don't support him, we will primary you. So there's a lot of moving pieces here at play, not just beyond are we being loyal to Trump or not, but can I stay a member of elected office because of outside forces that might try to drag me through the mud if I don't comply with what Trump wants.
Let's go to our Reuben Jones at the White House. I want to pick up on a particular nominee, and that's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has advised people that there's no such thing as a safe or effective vaccine. He's talked about people consuming raw milk. Like Hegseth, has never run anything remotely as large as the department that he would be in charge of. Does he fall in is he closer to the Matt Gaetz end of things, where the Senate might say, you're not the right guy, or is it going to be more of a fight, as we saw with Pete Hegseth?
Yeah, I mean, Pete Hegseth's confirmation does look like it's settling in pretty well, that Republicans are going to support him. But in terms of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., it's perhaps one of the most fascinating picks that Trump has made, because I was speaking with someone recently who said a lot of people can find about 30% of things they agree with RFK about, and the rest, not so much. You know, one of the big criticisms about RFK is in regards to his views on vaccines. And that's not only controversial with Democrats, but it's also controversial with some Republicans. And we've heard a number of Republicans, I've reached out to a number of senators who have not confirmed whether they are going to support him. Now, some of that is customary because the confirmation hearings haven't occurred yet, but there are some signs that his confirmation could be in jeopardy. Number one, his hearing has not been scheduled yet. It'll be in front of the Senate Finance Committee. He'll also have a hearing in front of a different committee that oversees health. And And so there are concerns about his views on vaccines. There are also some concerns from Republicans on some of his views regarding tackling food companies and food additives and things like that. And then on the Democratic side, there are some who support him because of his views on food and combating some of the food companies and the control over how that works. So his path to nomination, I think, is going to be really interesting to follow, because if he doesn't get a few Republicans, he can afford to lose 3. He might pick off a couple Democrats, people I'm watching, Senator John Fetterman, Senator Cory Booker, even Senator Bernie Sanders, which would be shocking in the sense of he is very pro-vaccine, but he agrees with RFK on a few different things. So from that sense, it'll be really interesting to follow, Errol.
Yeah, and Ruben, I mean, when it comes to these nominations and the way you just laid it out, there are a lot of considerations, but is one of the considerations, or you can tell me, do they